So why don't we get started? We'll call the meeting to order, and we have a quorum. The people present are Jonathan Cecila, Roland Aglin, Graham Ball, Drew Herzig, Guy Thielen, Harriet Applegate, and myself, Linda Striyevsky. Greg Kluge and Stephanie Morris are not here, and we do not have Reed with us today because he had a conflict. So in terms of minutes, we don't have any minutes to approve because we don't have the drafts yet, so we have to put that off. Does anybody have any proposals for changes of the agenda or any comments on the agenda we need to address?
Is there any things we can start knocking off of it? Because it just feels like it keeps growing. Like, you know, I mean, I know there are placeholders which are smart, but like up to the use of CRC email by the public. Like, can we?
Well, I only have that there as a reminder so that we remember to check to see if we've gotten anything, and Lee usually sends them around, so I'm assuming we haven't gotten anything, and maybe once we announce our meeting, and certainly once we post something, maybe we'll get more mail, but we'll see.
Cool.
So we have nobody here to give public comments. So I think that takes us down to 6C, which is the salary discussion. So can you pull up the email with that? So I'm gonna walk up here so I can kind of walk through this.
Let me make sure. Okay.
So we want the revised one that came out, I sent that in an email.
Oh, that is this one?
I sent you an email out.
Yeah,
yesterday.
I thought that this was why.
It's in the text of the email, it's not.
Oh, there we go. All right.
So what we did with this was basically put all the salary stuff in one section and then revise the 12.4 language, so we would be deleting 4.7. And I thought it made sense to put it on 3.5 because there's action that the city council needs to take. So basically what it's doing is taking what Roland had prepared and then reflecting the discussion we had last time. So we're using a 2-year period, and that is happening in odd number years. So the ordinance needs to be passed in that year, and then it's effective the following year. We kept the idea of the president's salary being a little bit larger, and then I added in here the 2 sentences, this actually should be a period, that provide some guidelines for how to make decisions on the salary. So they were changed a smidge, but what I was trying to do recently was make them a little bit more consistent. So the one for the mayor now has the same language about economic condition. I added a note that it's a full-time position, and I added the part about attracting qualified candidates, just as it was in the city council one. And then in this one, that sentence was changed just to reflect that it was both the mayor and council, and that the heading was changed accordingly. And then I added this sentence to say that they have to take into account these standards.
I have
Anybody have any questions?
a completely unrelated question, but when I was going through this, and I apologize because I may have missed this in the meetings, but it strikes me that reviewing it every 2 years is maybe not wise, because I think there'd be pressure to raise pay, and if you're raising people's pay every 2 years, I mean, it just seems weird to, why wouldn't it be reviewed every 4 years? Unless people are prepared to raise their pay every 2 years, that seems.
Well, go ahead, Roland.
We're not gonna automatically raise it. It's just a matter of routine. It's looked at every 2 years, and the council can say yes or yay or nay. The idea is that they probably will say nay because of political pressure, but it attracts the best candidates in town, and it doesn't say that we're gonna do this.
Why would it attract the best candidates?
People respond to incentives.
To what?
People respond to incentives.
Well, that suggests that we are gonna be regularly raising their pay.
No, it says that possibility of raising pay is not stagnant.
Now you look official.
Well, I just think every 2 years is awfully frequently because there will be pressure to, they get a favorable review, why wouldn't they get more money? I mean, it just seems like a very short interval. I don't know what it's.
Favorable review from who? Nobody's reviewing them.
Well, somebody's review.
Nobody's reviewing city council to say, you guys are doing a great job, let's have a raise.
No, but I mean, whoever is reviewing, somebody's revisiting this every 2 years.
Well, there's two things happening. Council is supposed to review it, Civil Service Commission is supposed to provide guidance. If they're looking at comparable salaries in other cities, they don't get changed all that often either. So they're not gonna be, there's not gonna be a huge, surge every 2 years of salary numbers. And to step back for a second as to why two. We were working from a theory, Roland was looking at the city council provision, which under the draft prepared by the 2019 commission called for every 4 years. But the one for the mayor called for every 2 years. So one of the things was to try to reconcile, do we want it to be 2 years or do we want it to be 4 years? So the discussion we had at our last meeting, we concluded it should be every 2 years.
Okay.
But that's where it came from.
And partly because we've got this split cycle of elections for the council. So somebody could get elected and it would be 4 years before their salary got considered as opposed to other people who got elected in 2 years kind of thing. It's just that weird, on and off.
I just think it's too often, I really do. I think it's too often. This isn't directly relevant, but, a frequent complaint about Congress is that it feathers its own nest too often in terms of healthcare, lifetime pay. When a body reviews itself, they'd be stupid not to raise their pay.
Yeah, but they're not reviewing their own pay. The Civil Service Commission is making recommendations.
Plus, I don't think we have a history at all of city council salary raises.
We don't, but we could.
Well,
It depends.
I'm not super worried
It depends on
about
who's
that.
on city council.
I don't think the city council is, it's a political risk every time you contemplate giving yourself a raise. And people in Cleveland Heights pay attention. So I really don't think that we're at risk of having our city councils just, start doing salary increases every 2 years. But what do the rest of you think about that?
Jonathan, could I get language a little further down?
Yeah, I feel like I like 2 years because it just seems like a good timeline for a cost of living adjustment. I think we've seen inflation hit pretty high levels in the past few years, and that's just basically an automatic pay cut.
Did Linda?
I also feel like
Okay, that's
council's
good.
not paid that much. They earn less than $10,000 a year.
Well, it is a part-time job.
That's a part-time job.
Yeah,
how many-
you
how
can't
many-
support yourself with that alone.
Right. How many hours a week is council working?
Well, a few years ago, I happened to have a conversation with somebody who's no longer on council. It was with Mike Unger, and he told me that generally he spent at least 20 hours a week
20.
on city council matters. Yeah,
He spent 20?
that's what he said.
Yeah, they've got all those commissions and committees that seem to meet constantly and that sort of thing.
It varies a lot. I was recently speaking to a council person who is working very, very hard, and he says there's at least one or two other people that don't work at all.
Yeah.
Two others.
That's probably true.
Yeah,
That's
it
right.
also
Not at all,
kind of
just they
sounds
just
like,
go to their meeting.
yeah, that just sounds like life though. Everywhere that happens.
That's true.
Yeah,
My thing about the raising every 2 years was at least having it reviewed. Currently inflation's crazy ridiculous. So just how much has changed from 2020 to in these 4 years? If you waited 4 years, it just seems like every two at the very least you're looking and staying on top of it. That was my thought.
well, I think because they make a small amount of money, and because they work hard, there would be the temptation, if they're reviewing themselves every 2 years, say, you know, I'm putting in 30 hours a week,
Mhm.
I think we should make 12,000 a year, and then the following 2 years, well, let's raise it to 14,000.
Well, but I thought the only
Next
people
2
that could do
years.
that was the Civil Service
Well,
Commission. They can't.
Well, so what is our proposal? The council reviews itself?
No.
No,
The Civil
the
Service.
review is done by the Civil Service Commission.
The city council is charged with considering salaries. They take into account recommendations from the Civil Service Commission. They do not have to follow those recommendations. You know, there are some charters, Lakewood, I believe, says the Civil Service Commission makes a recommendation, and if city council does nothing, it goes into effect. We didn't do that. They have to take affirmative action to make a decision. So there's a variety of things that could happen. They get the Civil Service recommendation and they say, thank you very much, we're not gonna do anything. Or they could say, we think we want to have an increase, but not as much as they're recommending. Or they could ask for more, but I don't see that as a big risk because it's politically
But
very,
it's
very
the
risky.
periodicity of it. I mean, if it's every 2 years, I think that because the city council members currently are putting in a lot more time than the old city council, previous city councils put in, because they all agreed on everything and the city manager was making all the decisions, they would rightly say, look, whatever it is, are they making 7,000? Is it 8,000? I'm not sure what it is. This is not, I'm working 30 hours a week on this job. We deserve more than 8,000. So I'm just saying the periodicity, you know, it'd be nice to raise them every 4 years instead of, because they do deserve a raise, quite honestly, with the time that they're putting in.
I think we need to end this discussion and take a vote at least on the
Okay.
time thing, because otherwise we're gonna keep going on.
Okay.
But I don't know if one thing we mentioned about full-time mayors, we wanted to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. So I would suggest we put in full-time mayors.
I did put that in.
Yeah, it says full-time nature of the position, right?
Yeah.
That's what you,
Salary of the mayor shall reflect.
the full-time nature of the
Okay, already, great.
But I was wondering, should we say that the salary for council members shall reflect the part-time nature of the position?
You could.
Since we're doing, you know, full-time for mayor, part-time for council, yeah.
And then just, so you folded together. So 4.7 went away and that got incorporated into just 3.5 or 3.5 and 12.4?
Both.
Okay. Cause what I was wondering is, should we like look at 3.5 and approve that, you know, and vote on that and then look at 12.4, or should they be done as a package?
I would suggest they be done as a package because they kind of work together. But, you know, basically what happened in 12.4 is, as compared to the draft we had in front of us previously, we just made it cover the mayoral part and put a cross-reference to 3.5 for the salary considerations.
Yeah, so that's the best I can do in terms of getting out the full sections on the screen for everyone.
That's good, thank you.
And I try to highlight some of the changes, and I don't know if I got it accurate.
Well, let me take a look. And I apologize for not giving you a compare. I was scrambling yesterday to do too many things. So this is not, we didn't change that.
Okay.
That was there already. We changed to odd number years, before it was every 4.
Okay.
So roughly, you know, that language changed. And then, yeah, this stuff is new. And then in this, we added the references to the mayor in here. So this should say, compensation for members of council and the mayor. Here, it should say members of,
Oh,
it should say compensation for the mayor and members of council. I missed that. And then I changed the title to add mayoral.
So 12.4 actually triggers the Civil Service Commission.
Correct.
And then that report goes to the council, which will
Correct.
go within 3.5.
Mhm.
Okay.
do we, I'm sorry, I don't remember, but is 12.4 the section for the Civil Service Commission?
I think Article 12,
The reason I ask is because here it just says the commission, and I just wanna know if we have to say civil service, so the planning commission doesn't actually.
Let me see.
12 says Civil Service Commission, Article 12.
Perfect. I just wanna make sure it rolled up right without adding extra words.
Yeah, that whole article is civil service.
Oh, and then
Still is, yes. And we're adding a 12.4 because there isn't a
Correct.
currently already. So we're all clear on what we're doing at this point, and
Right.
then we're ready to do adjustments. Does that make sense?
I think so, and this was just the one thing I mentioned, and if anyone else has or wants, please do, I
I'm gonna
don't.
get seasick if you keep that.
Close your eyes, I'll tell you what the part-time nature of the position, I just reiterated that since we say full-time for the mayor, just that clearness.
Yeah.
So is it time for a motion?
I think it is.
I move that we accept the modifications that are presented on the screen.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Linda, I defer to you to call the question.
Did you want to propose a change? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's discussion time, so if you think we want to
Well-
change something.
Well, I was just gonna vote against motion. I mean, I think it should be every 4 years, that's what I think, and I guess even though I'm a union person, I've been in a couple of management positions and you really get, I mean, the problem with, it's the periodicity that I think is problematic. Because I do think the council rightly would, I'm just reiterating, that they're legitimate
Okay,
in saying I
think
want
we
more money,
understand,
so
I
that's,
think we understand your
Okay,
position.
so-
Does anybody else have anything?
Just one point, okay? So I was buying a house during Jimmy Carter's presidency, and the interest rate that I paid was 21% on the mortgage.
We were just talking about that.
So I just wanna offer that I just wanna offer, I'm totally sympathetic to 2-year periodicity because we don't know what's coming and we don't know what's happening. So it works for me, is all I would say.
Okay, so ready to vote?
Yeah, it's great, 21%.
Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, so we have 6 opposed. Any opposed? Okay. Okay,
And this is captured for our document now.
I'm gonna do a screen capture
Okay.
so that I can't edit it,
Mhm.
you know, and then, well, you know what I mean,
Sure, yeah.
I like to be extra.
Strip out any DNA or whatever.
More like make sure that it's actually what we voted on and not just what
Yeah.
I felt we voted.
Right.
So Rhonda, did you ever catch up with the person from the Civil Service Commission?
I'm gonna send a note over the weekend.
Hmm?
I'm gonna send a note
Okay,
tomorrow. But I'll catch up by next week.
Okay, so now we're on rank, correct?
yes, we're under ranked choice voting. So
Please.
take it away, Harriet and Drew.
well, we haven't heard back from the Fair Vote people. They know, they do this 40 hours a week, and it's unfortunate that it ended up in the hands of Lee and Hannah in a way, because they don't know anything about ranked choice voting. So they put out 2 ordinances, one very short and sweet, and one exceedingly complex, not
So to be
long.
fair, those were ordinances that Kevin found.
Kevin, I meant Kevin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, not
So
him.
I think that we're waiting for the people who look at at everyone, the entire country, all the ordinance, and we want one that's clear and appropriate for us. And I think Drew and I are confident that they'll come up with something that is very appropriate for us. They've seen all of our stuff, they have our charter. And I don't think it makes sense to go through either one of these. I wanna note the contrast between the 2 we have. One is 1 page and the other one is 7 pages. So it shows you the breadth of, it'd be a big waste of time if we were to consider, I think, because it varies so much.
Well, I don't think we have to spend any time on those ordinances, but I think it would be productive to look at the draft of the charter language. But let me just ask for timing purposes, just so we can plan for our meetings, do you have any sense of when they're gonna suggest an ordinance to you?
Well, we've been telling them, we could only report last Wednesday that they're working on it. We were asking, do you have something by Saturday, but we didn't get something by Saturday. But since Kevin was sending in stuff, we're still acquiring, so it's still a work in progress.
Okay,
I don't know what our next meeting is.
a week from today.
Okay, we can ask them if they'll have something, but
I
again,
think they said the end of April, but we could push them to make
Yeah,
it sooner than that. We could a week from today is our next meeting? Oh, that's right, okay. Well,
So-
I think we'd aim for a week from today.
yeah, we'll ask that. So anyhow, it's, and again, they're working on it. Lee is being very scrupulous. He does have the knowledge, but he's being overly scrupulous, I think, in refusing to even get near putting a thumb on the scales because he does not want to be considered influencing this commission in any way. So as much as we would like to call on him because he crafted the University Heights voting proposal, but he doesn't want to get anywhere near it. So that's part of the slow up here is that we can't get his help with it.
Okay, so let me ask a question. Are you contemplating that you want to recommend that we present both a charter provision and an ordinance?
Well, I don't know.
That's, we could discuss that. I had suggested it might be better to do both, but that's just my opinion and I don't know as
I
much
think we
about
should-
this.
I think we should discuss it, because I don't know, I don't know the answer to that. I think the Fair Vote people would have an opinion about that.
Well, the commission voted to recommend ranked choice voting, so that's clear. We're gonna present that as a proposed charter amendment. Whether or not we can get an ordinance together in time, but we would like to, I think, because I think that will help grease the wheels for the council to realize that ordinance language is already in place. So I would say that's our intention, but we're definite on presenting as a charter amendment.
And I think we can definitely come up with an ordinance, but the question is, does that tie it up with a bow too tightly? You know, I mean, it doesn't give anybody any leeway if we plop an ordinance in front of them. So I mean, the council, you know, anybody
Leeway
else.
for what?
Well, for alteration, modifications in the ordinance. Well, I guess it would, but,
City
I
council
guess it
can
would.
change anything.
They can change an ordinance anytime they want, yeah.
so it would be a proposed ordinance, it's not an
right,
ordinance,
right.
it would be a proposed.
Oh, absolutely. All of our work is
And
proposed.
again, I think that will make it easier for them to take this on. So at least I think that's our intention, and we're gonna do our best to get it together, not to keep the discussion going on.
So, should we move on to discussing the draft?
Okay, I'm sure.
So my question for starting points is, I'm just curious as to whether this was based on a particular jurisdiction's charter, and if so, which one?
Which,
Is time of holding elections, it's not in the current packet.
was not,
No.
We got it last week.
oh, I don't-
Last week or the week before, I have it up on the screen as best as I can. And then I have a paper copy if someone here, if you wanna see it, thanks. Cause I can.
I have it somewhere, but I can't catch it.
I mean, you guys, should we walk through,
Well, my preliminary question is, was
Oh,
it
yes,
based on
thank
a
you.
particular jurisdiction or not?
how about that?
And if it was, which jurisdiction? Because I think that's relevant.
And
I don't know the answer to that.
And I can't remember if this is one I copied from the University Heights or if this is one that Fair Vote
I think it's on the
rewrote
Fair
for us.
Vote, isn't it?
All right, so if that's the case, then I'm assuming that Fair Vote knows their stuff.
That's not my question. I'm confident they know their stuff, Drew, and I don't question that they know their stuff. But my question really goes to a point of, what are we looking to for precedent? I think for purposes of presenting it to city council, it would be helpful if we were able to say, for example, this is based on the Portland, Oregon charter provision, and oh, by the way, their Board of Elections has figured this out and they use the same software company that we use. That would be helpful, but if that's not the facts, then it's not the facts.
I don't know the answer to the question. I'm guessing that it is something of an amalgam because they were looking at our charter and they have best practices from around the country, but we can certainly ask them.
So you haven't asked them that yet?
No.
Because I raised that with you like 2 weeks ago.
Well, I'm sorry, Linda, I didn't ask them.
Okay, that's fair.
Sorry, the time on the phone was,
Can I just state again what Linda is saying here, okay? I have been of a mind that our audience here is council, that we need to convince council that what we're doing is valuable, legitimate, important, et cetera. All right, so to the extent that we can cite the presence of this content someplace else, as Linda was saying, is gonna be helpful
Yeah.
to meet our needs. All right, so that's why
no,
it's
I
important.
think that,
to me.
I'm not saying it's not important.
No, okay.
I don't believe, Linda, that I've spoken with them since you asked that question, but I'm not sure of the time.
Because each city is slightly different, we will probably not find the exact content anywhere. I mean, we might find a close match. We can cite various cities that have implemented ranked choice voting, so the concept, the practice, all that sort of thing. But to say, here's an identical word for word, charter section kind of thing, it's.
Yeah, well, I will say that in looking at this, I don't see anything in this that's tailored to our charter. So it's not like they had to, modify something to work with our charter. And the only reason I raised the Portland thing was because one of the gentlemen from University Heights, who was in favor of ranked choice voting, pointed out to me that Portland had adopted it and that their Board of Elections happens to use the same software company that our Board of Elections does. So he thought it might be helpful information in persuading council and the Board of Elections here to be able to say to them, well, somebody's cracked the code on this. So you don't have to start from scratch, that's all.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be based on Portland, it can be based on best practices or whatever they think the model du jour is. It was just a suggestion.
Right, sure, no, and that's different from this language kind of thing. It's basically saying, here's a city that is a similar setup kind of thing, and they know how to do it. Kyle did send us some information along that line, but Angela said that might be too much information. Kyle sent Terry and myself a list of the various municipalities and states that are using different voting systems kind of thing, and where Ohio's Cuyahoga County system currently fits into that. But Angela said that may be circuit overload to do that. We can send that along, but we are trying to follow the advice of the Fair Vote people in making this presentation.
Well, she also said that despite the fact that this was done in 2023, it already was outdated, and she didn't want to give run the risk of giving outdated information, because it's changing, cities are passing these.
So we'll go back to them and ask for all the background information they can provide. But again, then this commission is gonna have to absorb that because there's a lot of stuff there. But we'll ask for that for the next meeting for sure.
Well, I don't know that we have to absorb it. I just think it's something that you may want to take into account as you present to council, and you want to make your arguments to council about that, including, what you want to put in the report.
Right.
And let me just mention, just again, in terms of timing on this, that, we talked at our last meeting about the need to have a report and to have our draft ready by May 15th so that we're gonna be able to share it with people before the public meeting on May 21st. So that means, for those of you who have graciously agreed to provide segments for the report, you can't give it to us on the 14th. We've gotta get those things going now so that we have a chance to circulate them. I'm assuming people are gonna wanna look at drafts ahead of time before we present a report to city council. So we have to have things ready to share and able to have discussion about them before that. So we don't have a lot of time left.
I know.
And I would just suggest that anybody who's drafting something should start drafting. I'm gonna start working this week on just sort of the overall report and starting to pull things together for that, because time's flying.
Yeah.
Linda, you had said to me in a phone call, I believe, or email, about April 30, the end of the month being a target date to have all that together. Is that still your date? Or?
Well, I think it makes sense, because if we have to
No.
have it final by the
No,
15th.
I'm not objecting to that at
No,
all.
no,
but
I
would-
understand.
But if we have it to the end of the month, that gives us 11 days.
Yeah,
So that's enough time. That's on my
yeah,
schedule.
because we wanna have a nice report that reflects our discussions and that reflects considerations that we want to share with the public and with city council as to what we considered and et cetera. So, it's a lot of work to do, but I think we can accomplish it. It's just, it's an assignment.
And again, University Heights, in their report, they gave a lot of footnotes, basically references kind of thing. And I think we can grab some of that for ranked choice voting, because they did make a good case for that. And I know that when I bring that up, Lee withdraws into himself, because again, he is really reluctant to have any.
I'm reluctant to rely on University Heights. I think a lot of their stuff was overly complicated. Plus, we do have the problem of Lee. Lee is a problem with regard to using anything from University Heights because he overcorrects.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is in their report, not in their language, but in their report, they talk about reasons that they wanted to bring in ranked choice voting, and they cite
But
various.
isn't that where they have Lee, you had a question about the fractured votes, that's in the University?
I'll check it out. I'm
hesitant
not
about that.
talking about language in their proposal, I'm talking about in their report.
I know, but the report itself also has to be
I'll go
clear
check
and
that.
not overly
I'll go
complicated.
check that.
Okay, so you two can work on
Yeah,
the
we'll work
report
on that.
and what kind of approach you wanna take in your draft.
I have a question about the language. I'm not getting my head around something, so under here, I get mayor, instant runoff, that I get. This council part.
Which part are you at?
It's the council shall, okay, so,
You're down in section 8?
yeah, right.
Yeah, we haven't gotten that far yet.
Have we gotten anywhere? So that's why.
Well, I think we should be at section 1.
Okay,
Well, if Jonathan.
no, I'm happy to go piece by piece, I think that's a great idea.
So the only thing I would say about section 1 is that we did agree to add language as a second paragraph that relates to city council vacancies, which basically parallels what's in this paragraph about mayoral vacancies. So that needs to get reflected in this.
Are we taking a stab at it now? You wanna not?
Well, we already have the text, it's just not incorporated there, so I would
You're
just
saying
note it.
add the city council to the mayor in that second paragraph?
No, it's a separate sentence in a separate paragraph because it's cross-referencing to the requirements in section 3.4 for city council vacancies, as opposed to this paragraph refers to Article 4, Section 10, because that's where we treat the mayoral vacancies. The city council one goes first, Jonathan.
Thank you.
So it'll be the second
So
paragraph.
it's what's the article? Article 3, section
3.4. And otherwise, that's the only comment I have on that paragraph.
And where is that language? When did we?
It was part of the changes that I presented.
Okay,
That was back in
I'm just
March.
gonna put it from Linda's. Just to give as much to it as possible, so it's easier to find.
So do we, the last paragraph is a one sentence, this section shall become effective January 1, 2020 blank. Should we just delete that because we have no idea what the
Well,
year it'll
it's,
become
but
effective?
I think it's an important placeholder because it's entirely possible that certain parts of the charter amendments would become effective sooner.
I see.
And this may need to be delayed a year so so that the Board of Elections can get geared up.
Right, so do you think at some point, well, should we fill that blank in now, are you suggesting, like 2027?
I don't think it could be filled in until we know when City Council is going to propose to put things on the ballot. So if City Council could decide, we're gonna put all the changes on the ballot this year. City Council could decide, we're gonna put all of it on the ballot next year.
Right.
They could decide, we're gonna put some of it on this year and some of it on next year.
So then, so we can't really, how can we put a date in there?
Well, I think part of it will be when you finish your discussions with the rank the vote people and you talk to the Board of Elections and they give you some guesstimate as to how long it's gonna take them to get ready for this, that's gonna drive the discussion of what the date should be.
Right.
I mean, the Board of Elections may say, fine, but it's gonna take 2 years.
Right.
So, then that would drive, it's,
Well, is it possible to leave it, when we present it to city council, would it be left like it is now?
yes. It's to be determined, we don't have enough
Right,
information.
I thought you said we should have a date in there when we get to council.
No,
Okay,
I-
that's what
I-
I thought you originally said,
no, we should have the sentence
I see, okay,
with the blank for the year.
okay, gotcha.
Anybody else have any questions on that?
In the revised section 3.4, it's talking about council vacancies, so, and we're gonna add that paragraph. We never talked about if a mayor has to leave office early in the term, how that's dealt with. Are we gonna do that at all or just not do that?
I thought we already did that.
Did we? I'm
Yeah,
not
if
seeing it in
that would be a
3.4.
vacancy.
That's somewhere else.
Well, that's in 4.10.
Okay. Do we need to reference that at all in this section about it? Whether
It's
just
there.
vacancy in the
It's
office?
already there. It's in what is now the third paragraph.
Oh, okay, all right.
We've only changed it.
You see it
All
there,
right,
Drew?
Okay, gotcha.
Mhm.
Okay, so what's on the screen seems okay with Jonathan's, the addition of the paragraph and that addition. So is that okay?
I think we can move on.
All right.
So in section 6, does anybody else have anything on that first part? Okay, section 6. I guess the question I have here is, we're referring to the charter and to general election laws. And then we're saying that all other matters relating to elections should be determined by general election law of the state. And my only thought on that is, you may want to raise with the Fair Votes people how that interacts with the first part of section 8, which says notwithstanding any law to the contrary, we're gonna use ranked choice voting. Because right now, our state law does not contemplate ranked choice voting.
Actually, Kyle responded to that in a separate thing, saying that the Ohio Constitution with chart, what do they call it, home rule cities. The Ohio Supreme Court determined that those home rule cities have the authority to have ranked choice voting despite state laws to the contrary, that state laws cannot supersede home rule cities having ranked choice voting. Apparently it was a Supreme Court decision. I can grab that and send it along to people, but basically that's what it came up with us, because we were discussing what's happening currently with the opposition, that sort of thing. The Ohio Supreme Court determined that charter cities, or whatever we're calling ourselves, do have the authority to adopt ranked choice voting.
Yeah, it'd be helpful to have the case if you wouldn't mind.
All right?
Yeah, it'd be good to have that shared with us.
So that's why that notwithstanding any law to the contrary. Now, Lee was gonna go in and find all the uses of the word canvas and canvassed and change them, so that's subject to alteration. Remember, he took that on, but hasn't done it yet.
Yeah, he may have come to a conclusion on that, he just hasn't
Right.
brought it back to us, and I say that because I spent a good amount of time the last couple of days going over some very detailed comments that he has been keeping on the draft that go to non-substantive changes, and it's things like making terminology consistent and having consistent cross-references from one section to another, but I'll tell you, I got to the end of 4.11 and he had 102 comments.
Was this he meaning Lee?
Lee, and I slogged through all of those and gave him back questions on maybe 5 or 6 of them, but mostly just said either do it, don't do it, whatever, but they were not substantive.
Yeah. Is he spending full time on this?
I don't know.
So section 6 seems okay.
I think what he's been doing is we go through every week, he annotates it. He's been keeping a running list. But some of his comments were things like noting this was voted on at this meeting, or it was the questions that we had posed and which have since been answered. So I told him, you don't need that comment anymore because you've already told us what home rule means. We're past that.
Yeah.
But it was
Well,
helpful.
Jonathan,
Just so that everybody knows, a general,
Highlight canvassed or something, because that may be subject to alteration.
oh yeah, canvas, yeah, that word, yeah. Just so that everybody knows that there's just some general background. The far right is on the bandwagon
I would highlight
against
canvas and.
against RCV.
Candace too in the title.
Just can you pause just until we have
I
everybody's
didn't, I thought he
attention?
was done.
Yeah, right. Just until
Are
we
you
have-
done, Drew?
I'm trying to get something done up here.
Okay.
while it's
Okay,
getting
we'll wait.
done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but we shouldn't interrupt others.
But I may need to speak to Jonathan to make sure we're on the same page here.
But we can wait till someone's done.
Okay.
I'm gonna struggle with this for a second, something's wrong, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
But we know what you're working on, so if you're okay with dealing with that, we can.
Well, maybe he wants to listen too, so we'll wait.
I can definitely listen.
So, just in terms of background, general background, because this is going to be real. The far right, the MAGA right, Leonard Leo, and his, the Heritage Foundation, they are strongly against, nationally, and running a campaign against RCV nationally. And they've gotten 7 states to actually ban it. It's not banned in Ohio, but they're working, they testified, a bunch of these right-wing groups testified in Columbus. What the right in Ohio, the Ohio legislature has a lot of MAGA members. And so what they're trying to do is punish cities financially who pass it. So it's important to note that that's the backdrop here, because what it does is it addresses it reduces polarization politics, and that doesn't help the far right. So they want that polarization so that they can elect their far right people against moderate Republicans in primaries. So that's what's going on, and there's actually a bill that some people think isn't gonna pass because the Republicans are so divided in Columbus, but there's a bill that's gonna be voted on next Wednesday. So that's gonna be part of this landscape, a very big part of the landscape.
Is that
going
not
forward.
going counter to the Supreme Court case that was just mentioned?
Well, it doesn't make it illegal, it just makes it
Costly.
costly.
It'll make it,
So cities won't, so,
they'll take away funding or
right.
something.
So that's gonna figure in how the future unfolds
But
here.
if a city passes it before the state changes, then it's grandfathered in. If not, they can retroactively apply it,
They could retroactively punish you.
can they?
Well, sure.
They
they could-
retroactively can't apply the law.
funding.
Oh,
That would be-
it's future fund, oh, I see what you mean, from this day forward, if you choose to keep it.
Yeah.
Blah,
So
blah,
that's
blah.
gonna be a
Oh, that's
separate,
how the
but it's a
speed limit's
separate
at.
battle. I don't think it should affect what we do, except it's just important to know in terms of background.
The city council can take that into consideration.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly, and they will, I'm sure.
That looked like a real tasty scone, like loaded with filling.
Oh, very nice, yeah, Stone Oven's a good place. We're on the section 8. Oh, did I get, I noted the 2
Yeah,
candidates.
and there, those words will show up, they'll be highlighted or something, or
Yeah,
just?
yeah.
Oh, I see the little box, I like
Yeah,
that.
it's hard to see on the screen.
Thank you, already. So section 8,
I don't know, are we?
I think so, unless somebody has something else on 6. So one question I have about this text on the mayor. Does anybody have any questions on the first paragraph?
We're on section 8 now?
Yes.
I don't have any questions.
So on the second paragraph, this is talking about how the mayor gets elected. So instant runoff, and it says, candidate with lowest votes is eliminated. What I don't understand is why it doesn't say that if in the first round a candidate has more than 50% of the vote, you're done.
Yeah, I've noticed that's consistent throughout, and my only conclusion was that this is lawyerly verbiage, and I think we should put it. I think that should be
Well,
in there.
and look, I haven't done an exhaustive search of this, I've only looked at a couple different examples, but they all have that. The few that I looked at have that, so I would at least wanna ask Kyle, why doesn't it say that?
Yeah, it should say that, I agree, it should say.
See, and I thought there was something to, I don't know if it's the math, but I just remember like a YouTube video with Post-its, you know, and the whole point was after the first one, you then wanna kind of carry forward the next set. You don't just do who kind of got majority, so that a larger number of people's desired candidate, whether it was your first choice or second choice, gets in. I thought there was something around kind of showing voters that it matters.
Kyle sent the materials before our previous public meeting, and part of those materials were very clearly, the first step was if a candidate has majority,
Yeah,
they are elected and everything stops.
yeah.
So that was part of what they offered to us in terms of.
Yeah, no, yeah, and this is the language, but I noticed in the two, maybe you've, the two that we just got from Lee or from Kevin, the same thing it applies. They don't say if even before or in the first round, if somebody gets more than 50% vote, they win. They don't, neither of those two, and I thought that maybe that's because it's a legal thing or something. I don't know. I mean, I think it should say it.
Let's make
definitely-
a note to get language to that effect. And then when this gets reviewed by the lawyers, they will tell us whether or not it should
Yeah.
be there. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, I think that's.
All right. If you wanna add a little footnote or anything?
Yeah, I can add a footnote. Are you and Harry gonna get the language?
Yeah, yeah, we'll get it.
Yes.
Yeah, this is language from Chair Vogel.
Is it about the second paragraph, right?
Yeah, right, just right after the mayor shall be elected via instant
Yeah, I think
runoff
it's-
voting, we need a sentence saying,
It's important.
in the event of one candidate having a majority of votes, that is whatever. We'll find the language, but that's where it would go.
I think that's critically important because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. It looks like you keep going even sometimes.
Yeah, and the other question I would say is, and maybe this is something that gets addressed in an ordinance, but what happens if there's a tie?
They have, the tie, they have extensive, there's extensive verbiage in some of those about ties.
Well, it has to be treated.
Yeah.
Well, so here's something is, why wouldn't the charter just say Cleveland Heights uses ranked choice voting as established by ordinance of the city, and then let the city suss this out?
Well, you could, I think it might be preferable to specify that. See, one of the challenges is that ranked choice voting has different iterations. You know, so they're specifying here two different kinds of ranked choice voting. One of them is the instant runoff, which is appropriate when you have a single opening. And then they have this single transferable vote method, which is used when you have multiple seats open. So, but I don't think those are the only two flavors of ranked choice voting. I think there may be other variations. Am I right,
True.
Harriet and Drew? I'm not.
No, I think
expert on
it's the big distinction is when you're electing one, you use instant runoff. When you're electing many, you use the single transferable vote.
And this was the Fair Vote People's recommendation that, you know, considering our lineup here, for the mayor, use the instant runoff, for the council, use the single transferable vote. I think what we're talking about is similar to Gui's proposal about the budget. How much detail is too much for the charter? How much is not
Yeah,
enough? We're
I
trying to
know.
figure out that, and it's in the eye of the beholder, really. So I mean, I agree with the note about the mayor. We need to do something about that kind of thing and possibly a tie. But beyond that, we need to decide sort of generally and then in case by case,
Right.
how much detail is too much for the charter?
Yeah.
And it's gonna be impossible in some of these things.
Right, in fact, I raised this before and I think it's gonna be a challenge when we finally put everything together. We might have to have three categories, the proposed charter and amendments, the report, and then backup for the report, because I think you don't wanna load up the report with the kind of detail that I think maybe these stuff might require and the kind of detail that this stuff might require, but we might wanna have that ready,
Like an
I would
appendix.
think you'd, I would
like an
think you'd-
appendix.
I would
yeah.
think you'd.
An appendix, that's right.
I think it all belongs in the report, Harriet.
Well,
It's all part of our rationale Well, you could, I mean, look, I view the report as a mechanism for explaining what we were asked to do, what we did, how we did it, kind of our process, the decisions that we made, so here's our recommendations. And if you look at the 2019 report as an example, they gave some explanation on issues as to, we talked about this, we considered this,
Right.
somebody thought about that, but we decided this.
Right.
So if you want to simply say in the report, we discussed ranked choice voting and ultimately it was voted yes, present it. And you wanna have an appendix that has all the other stuff, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say, in my opinion, if you wanna present your argument that way, you could present it that way. That's your choice.
Well, no, I think there will be, what I envision is in the report, there will be, a semi-lengthy explanation of how we got to where we got. But in addition, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think the 2019 report had an appendix too, didn't it?
Not for substantive explanations.
Oh, I thought it did.
It had a chart that
Oh, it had
showed
charts
section
at
by
the-
section.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Here's how,
Right.
every section changed in just a few
Yeah,
months.
no, I would like, I mean, this is, the degree to which this, I think an appendix might be helpful, because in appendix you could put what other places have done. And you don't wanna put that in the report, but I think it would be important, I think, to maybe do that for this. I think your RCV is unique in that, because it's, there's just been a wave of RCV elections and there's a,
Well, let me
big
just say,
variety.
you present it in your draft the way you think it's best,
Okay.
and then we can all review it and go from there.
Graham, I gotta run to the bathroom, but you know how to scroll on this, so
Sure.
if you need
Yeah.
to, I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
So the next question that I had relates to the third paragraph.
Section
And
8.
I'm still in that same section. So it's talking about how they do the voting for council. And if you go down to the second last sentence, well, actually, it's the one that talks about how you determine the number of votes needed to win a seat. I don't understand the calculation, because it's saying you divide the number of votes cast by the sum of the number of seats to be filled and 1 plus 1. And I'm just wondering if that's a typo, because again, in the samples that I looked at, they weren't doing the plus 1 twice.
are you saying that needs, it's number of seats to be filled?
Should it be,
Oh, and
should it be the
one.
number of seats plus
Oh,
1,
and one.
not the number of seats and 1 plus 1?
Oh, so you're wondering about and one?
Yeah, that looked like a typo to me as well.
Yeah,
If you looked at what
yeah.
Kevin sent us, they have the one ordinance talks about this, and it's not 1 plus 1, it's just
Right,
to make the division plus 1.
right,
So I think
right. Because a majority is only plus one, it's not and one plus one.
So when Jonathan gets back, we'll make a note on that.
what
We don't
happened?
have the password. That's-
His computer just timed out.
Apparently he was carrying it on his body.
Well, the other thing I thought was interesting is the next sentence. If a candidate receives more votes than needed to win a seat, part of each vote received by that candidate will instead be counted for each ballot's next highest ranked remaining candidate. And maybe that's just what single transferable vote means. I just think that's an interesting sentence. What exactly?
I had the
Is that
same
mean?
question,
Yeah,
I don't know what that means.
Like, is
That's where the fractions come in.
yeah, like, do they take into account, like, I mean, so say like a single candidate gets 75% of the vote, do they then take 24% of that vote and distribute it among the other candidates? Or do they take into account the second choice of all of the 75%? I don't know. That's just, I feel like it could make sense, but that sentence doesn't.
They're calculate, I mean, say there's a super, which is not unusual, there'd be a super popular candidate and they maybe get 60% of the vote. So I guess they look at
Then they
all the votes,
They win.
and then transfer some, they figure out, that's what we might have to be in the detail, how that calculation takes place.
Yeah, like
They're
what
looking at all
what
those
part?
votes, not just
Yeah, and
How is it weighted?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about this now, and I will say that I looked at that and I thought about that on several different occasions and was trying to think, what could they possibly have in mind? But I think you just put your finger on it, that what it means is that if a candidate gets too many, so they only need 51 and they've got 60, that you take the 9, you don't just look at the 9 extras and see how did those people pick their second candidate.
Right,
You look at the whole
you look at
60,
every-
because otherwise you're giving more weight
Yeah,
Right.
to the
ones
the
that-
final 9 you happen to count.
right, exactly.
That doesn't-
But it's mind numbing. I'm sure computers can do this, but
Yeah, so then you look at all the votes, say you get 60% of the votes, so they look at all the votes that were cast for you, all the first choice votes that were cast for you, and then they run a calculation in terms of how much how much of that would need,
And then they weight that maybe to
yeah.
the 9%
right,
that's exceeded,
right.
like to value that at the 9% of those votes. Whew. I'm glad I'm not writing that code.
Yeah, so,
That doesn't, I'm sorry, for a computer to do what's being described there is trivial, I think, okay, it's trivial. But I will say that the discussion here is helping me understand why it's here, because I think ranked choice voting has come under criticism for various reasons. In this case, then this happens, and in this case, that happens, and
Yeah.
that's not what you want. And so this, I think, is probably one of the provisions that have been placed into the description
Yeah.
to address some of the inconsistencies or weaknesses, whatever the
Right.
system addresses that.
I think it does.
So
Because I think one of the criticisms by the MAGA people is that it throws out votes, and this shows it isn't thrown out votes. The votes are not discarded, they're
But I think I don't know how I feel about that. If somebody, let me talk this out. Because it helps me sometimes when I say something rather than just thinking to myself. If I vote, I've got 4 seats to fill, I vote for 4 people. And one person gets 60%, so they won and they have more than they need. So then you're gonna take the extra votes that person has and give a boost to the second choice selected by everybody who voted for that person? That's what's
I
happening?
think you're gonna look at all of the votes, all of that 60%,
Right,
and transfer those votes to,
whoever that person voted for second.
no, that's a question, whether it's whoever that vote, I don't think so, I think it's to the, yeah, maybe
If 100 people voted,
Yeah.
just keep it simple, 100
Yeah.
people voted, 60 of them voted for one person. So that person only needed 51, so there's 9 left over.
Yeah.
So you take a portion of each of the 60 votes,
And let's say,
equal in the aggregate to 9, and you allocate them to the second choice of every person who voted for the 60 vote guy.
so let's say 20% of each of those, like 1/3 of each of those 60 people, so 20% of the total votes had their second choice be candidate B, and then another 20% second choice C, another 20% second choice D. Right? So I think in this case, then it would come out as though each one of those 3 candidates got 3 votes. Right? Because there's 9
Yeah.
total overage. So proportionally each one, if it was equal like that, would get 3.
or alternatively, it might apply to, it might just keep whatever proportion the calculation comes up with.
Uh-huh.
It might keep that because the rest of the electorate has been the people the 40% that didn't put that first are also, their votes are to make those votes equally important, it might be that you separate those overvote, I don't think that's the term.
Uh-huh.
You separate that proportion of those votes and you keep that for the across the board second ranked candidate and across the board third ranked candidate. And so you then distribute those votes according to who, I'm not sure, we'll have to find out.
I think this illustrates why you can't present a charter change without an ordinance. Cause people are gonna ask these questions and you're not gonna be able to answer them.
Well, yeah.
Did you look?
No, I was just gonna offer that, Linda, I think according to my understanding, I wanna correct one of the things you said, I believe. And that is that those partial votes don't get allocated only to the people who voted for them. They get allocated to each ballot's next highest ranked remaining candidate. So all 100 ballots.
That's what I was trying to say. That's
I mean, I don't know how many people, I mean, you say there's 300 people, so each of the 300 ballots would get a small portion of those 9 votes according to what that person's next
Right. I think
next
that's
favorable candidate was. So you're constantly, anyway, that's what my impression. I do not understand conceptually what's happening here totally, but I do.
It's easier to understand intuitively than conceptually.
I think that makes sense. I would just wanna make sure that that's what this means. You know, like, cause like in my mind, like, I think that's
Right.
what would be logical, but it's like,
Each ballot's next.
Yeah, each ballot.
Each ballot
Every
instead of
vote, every
each-
voter's ballot.
Each candidate, each ballot, so your ballot is different, your ballot has a different second choice than
Has a
your
second
ballot.
choice in mind, but
You both voted for him in the 60%, but you both had a different second choice, so yeah.
and so then my ballot maybe be worth a tenth of a vote,
Right.
like, or something like that.
So
And that's
yeah,
what we
I think you have it right in that answers the question, because we're talking about ballots as opposed to candidates.
now we're,
The ballot has
I don't-
four people on it in rank order, so it's not that.
Right.
I just wanna make the comment that even with that, it's not really simple. You know what I mean? Cause what if you have 4 candidates and somebody only voted for 3 and you've already passed the 3, and what do you do with that extra piece?
Yeah, well, that's why-
Nobody to assign
Yeah,
it to.
that's why this one is so
Right.
Goes on.
long, this
Yeah,
Bloomington.
it was kind of amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's why it's so long, cause it really parses out that, yeah.
So what do we wanna do with this section?
We're gonna try to get clarity as to that question, but I think the answer is maybe we should add some sentence, it's an explanatory sentence that explains each ballot's next highest ranked remaining candidate.
Yeah,
And
I
the
think the
third to last
challenge is
sentence,
that
there's a typo.
it's that you get to the tipping point about what do you wanna put in the charter versus what do you wanna have in the ordinance.
Right.
And it's, I think it's,
And one.
I don't know across the universe of ranked choice voting charter amendments,
And 1 plus 1.
how much of this detail tends to get into the charter versus what's in the ordinance. I just
That
don't
might
have.
be one of the things we could maybe explain in the appendix, kind of
Yeah, you could.
comparing ordinances across the country.
You could, that's a big job to take on, but you could.
So, question I had, and I apologize if you guys covered it, but with the candidates, it says, the number of votes needed to win a seat shall be determined, so,
We have a
That
question
numbers-
about that formula.
but not just the form, but just in general concept is, every election, there'll be here's a threshold to be elected, and then you go through the different formulas.
Yeah.
That's like the overall, that's just what I'm, so one election, 50 people vote, next election, 100 people vote, that'll constantly change.
It always changes.
Right.
In fact, I think,
And then the
It also-
threshold's simple majority too.
Right.
Okay, perfect.
Well,
and I think it might change from round to round, I think, but that's another.
this is actually saying the threshold is not simple majority, but rather if there's 4 seats available and 100 voters, the threshold would be 26 votes to win a seat. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Divided the number of votes cast by the number of seats, so 100 divided by 4 will be 25 plus 1 would be 26.
Is that what we want?
Well, I mean, to me, that's simple majority, it's
Yeah.
when you take the total number plus 1.
Right.
Like 50 plus 1 is simple majorities.
Right, but it's just not 50 plus 1 because there's not 2 candidates, so it would be like, right?
Oh, it's not,
Do
it's
you
not, it's
want,
not
do you want
24
only
divided by,
20,
yeah, it's about, okay, I get you.
do you want that few votes to be necessary for somebody to win?
It's kind of what we have now. Right? I don't know.
Cause right now it's just whoever gets the most, or do you still a threshold across, I can't remember.
It's whoever gets the most.
Yeah, it's the top 4 vote getters.
So if 100 people vote and only 20 people actually vote for a candidate or whatever, you know, then it's really out of 20 or like that number can always change.
Yeah, yeah.
Depending on it right now, because it's just whoever got the most, you know.
Yeah. So I
So
think
if it's
last time-
100 votes and four candidates,
4 seats,
4 seats, you need 20 to win.
26.
Because 100 divided by 4 is
Yeah.
25, and then you plus
But
1.
you have to ask one.
Yeah,
Yes.
Right.
so 25 plus 1 is 26. Right?
Yeah.
Because it's 100 votes cast
So you
divided by the
divide it-
number of seats.
You divide it by 5.
Divided by 4.
Well, it says plus 1.
Plus 1 additional
You have
vote.
to, they don't have parentheses here, making everybody,
The order of operations is
Oh, no, but I see what she's doing. She's putting the plus 1 before the
plus 1 to
division.
the number of seats rather than saying.
And actually, the way it's, I see you could go either way unless there was a punctuation or it might say, you know, okay.
there's an error up here, okay,
Yes,
cause that doesn't.
Yeah, it's but the and
Are we
one
still
plus.
looking at this one sentence where they have and one?
Yeah, it needs, there
So-
needs to be a comma after filed, and then it says plus 1 additional vote.
I think they have to make the math much clearer.
Yeah.
I guess you're right.
So
true.
Yes.
you're gonna address that with them,
Yes.
Drew and,
But
Yes.
philosophically, like in our last council election, I believe there were 6 candidates running, and I don't think anybody got 50% of the votes.
Oh, sure.
So it's like there was again not a majority. And so this is basically
This parses
similar.
out the votes according to your preferences.
Okay, so we agreed that that first paragraph D's work. Now in the second, the council shall by ordinance, or are we ready to look at this language now?
Where are we now?
Have we made enough notes on what's needed for this part? We need clarification on the math, I think we've agreed that that's a duplication.
It
but-
might not be a typo if it's talking that we should be dividing the number of seats plus 1 plus an additional vote to
Yes.
win. Like it could be what they mean.
Yeah, it may not be a
We
typo.
need clarification
Which,
either way.
in which case,
well, but it's not any other
which case
text,
we
right?
need-
It's not any other text.
Divided column.
yeah, it
I
is.
just don't understand the math.
No, I totally understand. It's just,
Like,
If not, we need explaining.
I'm just surprised that it's not clear.
well,
So I just had a moment where I was thinking about laws in general and ordinances and charters, and I'm like, what is clear?
can I just pause, go tangent just for 30 seconds? So I'm going through all this stuff with my previous employer, and my work was in change management, which is helping people understand the change that's occurring and what you have to do and why you have to do it, when you have to do it and everything. And I am flabbergasted by the inaccuracies and the inconsistencies and all the rest of it that I'm getting from my employer. It's like, they're giving me, you're supposed to do this, but you have to, I got a form that said, you must return this form. So I called them. And she said, oh, you don't have to return that form. That doesn't apply to you. What do you mean it doesn't apply to me? You gave it to me. You know what I mean? So it's like, this is not easy. It's not easy stuff.
No, it's not. It's not, it's complicated and it's and I think that the challenge is, if you want it to be accepted, you gotta make it really clear.
Yeah.
So that people understand and they feel like, oh, okay, I got that.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking about tiers, because if somebody has a question, then then if they have a question based on our proposed amendment, we refer them to the report. If they have a question based on the report, we refer them to the appendix.
might wanna do
Some
FAQs.
people want, FAQs. Some people want a general explanation and some people want every detail. And you don't wanna give every detail to people who don't,
Whatever.
who just want the,
Yeah. Anyway, so then I guess in my mind then, it's kind of hard for me to know whether the list of things the council is supposed to establish by ordinance is correct.
Yeah, I would say that C should be the Cuyahoga County Board of Elections. I think that's way beyond the responsibility or the capacity of the city of Cleveland Heights to do.
Well, it's an interesting point, Drew, because I know in one of the things I looked at, and this I think was Portland, Maine, not Oregon, but they were talking about, it sounded to me like in that jurisdiction, the clerk of the city conducts the election, which is not what happens here.
Right.
So I think, I think that you're right, that I don't think our city council has it within their control
Yeah.
to do C.
Right, yeah.
That's an excellent point.
Well, it's really saying they have to establish the process, it doesn't say they have to do it.
I don't think they have the authority to establish the process.
They can't boss the elections board around, the elections board will have to do that. I think the council can determine, I don't know, can the city determine the ballot format, or is that also up to the Board of Elections?
Yeah, is any of this really? Is it all in the hands of the Board of Elections, A, B, and C?
Yeah, well,
I mean, yeah.
you know, I think we're gonna have to get, I don't know where we're gonna get legal advice on this, but by ordinance, the council can do the ballot format and the rules for casting and counting the votes, but then it has to be submitted to the Board of Elections and get their, signing off on it, I assume.
I don't know that cities typically have any control over ballot format. I think there are state laws about that.
Yeah, so this is,
So I'm just gonna put in this section, does this authority rest with the county board of elections
right,
for all
yeah,
ABC?
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I gotta say, I'm a little concerned that if this is what was given to us for our county and it doesn't make sense, why not?
Well, yeah, the other question I believe is implied here is only that what should follow the council by ordinance shall establish? Is there something that we're supposed to have in that they would recommend us to have in our charter that?
But they did, is what I'm saying, that's.
I know, that's what
Yeah, and so it's like, if
And
this is.
it's interesting because one of the things I noticed, again, in Portland, Maine, which has a very detailed ordinance that goes on for like 2.5 pages. But one of the points they made that I thought, oh, that makes sense, is when you go through these rounds and you're reallocating votes, they contemplate that somebody is taking a ballot and they're making notes on the ballot to show for that ballot, votes are moving here and here and here. And so there's a paper trail of what's going on. And it was incredible amount of detail. But as I was reading it, I thought, well, yeah, I guess you'd have to do that. Because if there's ever a question later, you have to have the paper trail. I don't know if you could computerize that. Maybe you could, but they were contemplating paper, noting on the ballot. Now, maybe you could somehow do that on a computer, have a scan of the ballot. But somebody still has to enter it, ballot by ballot.
Well, sorry, I don't want. I think could be solved by people. It's addressable anyway. So.
I just did a little bit of digging, and I found that is not a typo. What we said was a duplication is not a duplication. It does actually make sense. So the number of seats to be filled is what you divide the total votes by. You divide so it's total votes.
So
Let's
100.
use 100.
100. So there's 4 seats and 100 votes. So you divide the 100 by 4 plus 1.
So what
Yes.
Linda was doing.
Oh,
And
so
the-
you divide the 100 by 5.
And yes, and so the reason being is if you just simplify it to if we're talking about the mayoral election, all right, you can use the same format. It's just in that case you would be dividing 100 by 2 to get your 51, right? Because like if in the case that there's 1 seat available,
Right.
right, it would be
Okay, all right, thank you.
1 plus 1 to get to that.
There you go.
Does that make
Where
sense?
does the second one come in?
Plus 1 additional vote
Yeah.
is to get to the 51, right? Because like otherwise it would just be 50. So we're getting the total votes needed. So there's plus 1, there's and 1 for the seats, and then plus 1 additional vote for the total votes needed for the seat to be.
It's reverse
Majority.
engineering it. It's saying, if we have an election, 2 candidates, and we need to have 100 votes cast, we need to have 51 votes to get a winner. How do we calculate 51 votes? We divide 100 by 2, even though there's 1 seat, and
1
then we
seat and
add
plus
1.
1.
Yeah, so that's, it
Well,
it
and what
makes
do you
sense.
do with decimals?
Say what?
What do you do with decimals? I'm dead
Well,
serious,
you
because you
round
can
up.
go round up conventionally
Yeah,
or round up because there's a number there. I mean,
round up to a whole number.
Yeah, so if it's 22.4.
That's what the ordinances say.
Okay, so 22.4 is definitely 22. So it has to hit the 0.5
No,
threshold.
you go to the next highest.
Oh, always. So if there is, I like that.
That's what the couple of ordinances I looked at did.
Okay.
But I'm not,
But you can see
don't
the
look at
point-
me as an authority.
No, but you can see the point to define it.
Sure. Oh, yeah,
Because
you have to.
it's I thought you were doing this and that, and then.
Mhm.
So how are we moving forward with this?
Well, we need to clarify that language. Do we want to do that today or
We'll
save
still
it for
wanna-
later?
Well, no, we'll have to take that up with the people
Well,
who wrote this.
just I'm saying that like, and one.
Yeah, right, that's poorly written.
Yeah. I said if not, we need an explanation. Is this a typo? No, if not.
I think they just have to give us more clear drafting.
More,
Right.
more detail.
Well, and also, I mean, I know they're a nonprofit and that's great and they're helping and it's wonderful. Give us stuff that's applicable to Cuyahoga Board of Elections. If A, B, and C aren't,
Right.
I mean, this is gonna make me go, can I actually recommend ranked choice voting? And come back to that question. Now, it's not a threat, I'm just saying, if I'm shaky on what we're going forward with,
Yeah.
how can we actually?
I don't think it's a volunteer organization. I don't
They're a
know.
nonprofit,
Well, no, it doesn't mean volunteer.
I mean, they're probably paid, but yeah.
Well, and I recognize that if they're trying to work with a couple of different municipalities who are considering this, and they're trying to work with the Board of Elections to see if they could get the Board of Elections comfortable with this, their work may not be consistent with our timeline. That's
It's
another
entirely
practical,
possible. Yeah.
that's a practical consideration.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Which then makes me go back to what the charter just say, ranked choice voting using like two methods specify and then by an ordinance of council. So that all the details can be worked out, if they're applicable within the jurisdiction and our local laws.
Boy, that would make it a lot easier.
And I'm a little curious why the charter doesn't do that more often and why it's so prescriptive in some areas. But I'm also not gonna completely assume that it was this way for a reason.
Yeah.
So are we going on Article 3 related to this, or are we just all?
So we're gonna check with, we're gonna verify that, or ask why they said council here and pose back that we think this is in Ohio, a Board of Elections function, A through C.
So that section we're referring to the fair vote people. The previous section, are we going to rewrite it for clarity or are we going to ask them for clarity?
When you say the previous
We're gonna
section,
ask
what do you
them.
mean?
The paragraph above, the and one.
The one that had the and 1+1. that-
Oh, the ranked.
No, I'm not gonna touch that, they gotta,
Yeah,
they
Yeah,
gotta.
No, we need them to.
Okay, just to be so we're all clear.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you, Drew, I don't do numbers, I do words, I do words. He was an accountant, he does numbers,
Yeah,
I do
so
words.
thank you very much for that segue. So I wanna propose that we actually add a word here, okay, as, if I may. So it would be,
Where are we talking about?
I'm talking about, cast by the sum of the number of seats to be filled and plus one seat,
Yeah.
comma, plus one additional vote,
Plus one,
plus one seat.
I have no idea where you are.
Right here.
it's the middle sentence.
It's just adding the word seat to make
Plus
clear that
one
it's
seat.
very clear that
Number
it's
of
a seat
seats to be filled and one.
I don't see the word
And
cast.
one seat.
and one seat.
Okay, so it's votes cast, can you read it?
Well, maybe it should be the number of seats to be filled plus one seat
Yeah.
plus one additional vote.
Let me just suggest that that's a helpful suggestion, but it still needs to go back to
Yeah.
It does, no,
those
definitely,
guys.
It
definitely.
still needs.
And there
It
may
would be
be, there
proposed.
may be a better way they could express it.
Yeah.
Maybe they could do a math formula, you know?
Yeah, maybe. they
Yeah,
could-
honestly, it becomes much clearer to me when it's in the formula
Yeah.
form here.
Yeah.
Like that makes sense. But like.
Well, that's why some of the
Is that-
ordinances actually have
is that
the
the-
formulas.
Yeah, they do.
Eugene Orr.
Yeah.
I like formulas.
We think-
Yes.
Eureka, yeah, okay.
Do we
This
want to
is-
put in
Oh,
these
it was the
language?
Minnesota
There's
one.
there's lots of different ways you could do
Anyway,
it, but I
okay.
think that they need to advise us
Yeah.
what they think is the best approach, cause I could think of ways to do it, but
Yeah, I'm just saying I think that's what, I have to say that in order to say that's what you're telling me it really should say.
That's fine, I'm writing it in, that's all I need.
I think we're gonna ask
I'm
them
asking
to get a
if-
formula in the.
We don't have to write, I'm
I would
This
love
one
to get a
does.
little formula.
We want to.
Let me get
No,
one.
I'm thinking, is it a motion, what are we doing? I'm just trying to figure it out.
Do we want to add Guy's proposed
Do you wanna
language
add
just
something
for
or just leave it?
reference?
We can leave it without.
You could add it and just put it, put it in brackets saying, Guy suggests adding here, but but I think we still wanna go back to them.
Absolutely, no,
If
absolutely.
that's helpful.
Yeah, we still need more explanation.
It's called the droop quota.
Oh,
The what?
The droop quota
Oh, fabulous,
is what this
that
equation is
helps.
called.
I've seen that before, yeah.
Take out the comma there before it.
Here's an interesting story for you all. And Roland, you remember this, and Linda, anybody older than Graham
I'm the oldest one here.
should, you're the oldest one here?
Don't offend Jonathan.
Yeah,
I don't care.
yeah, anybody older than Jonathan and Graham would remember this. Remember
Plus.
when Clinton was president,
Look it up.
there was a woman who was reputedly a friend of Hillary's who was appointed to be either in the cabinet or I think it's some,
Judge Wood,
no, Lonnie Guinier was her name.
Lonnie Wood.
And it's interesting, she was a friend of Hillary's, a law professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I heard her speak because she was.
I
she's
remember
a
the name.
big advocate of proportional representation. I thought, when she spoke, I thought this woman should be president. I've never had that reaction to anybody else. Anyway, she was harried out of the land, and Clinton, of course, backed up because he doesn't stand behind his people like Reagan and the Republicans do. But she was called the quota queen, and they disparaged her and used that, just like they used the scream for Howard Dean to destroy her chances of. And Clinton said, okay, all right.
How does that relate to this?
Why she was called the quota queen is it wasn't because of racial quotas, it was because of ranked choice voting.
Oh.
Because you have to establish a
Okay.
quota. And so these Republicans
Don't use
at
the word
time,
quota.
they latched on a word that had absolutely no, and they were able to successfully disparage her.
Okay, so there's one other thing we have to address in this draft before we put it away. I know you may be thinking like we're done, but not yet. So keep going down. Are you still writing, Jonathan?
No.
Okay, go down into Article 3. So this is 3.4 vacancies on council. And I wanna just point out that this is changing the way that we have been discussing how you fill a vacancy on council. And I haven't made a decision in my own mind as to whether it's better or worse, but it's different. So the result of this change, which if you look in this, Jonathan, in the second paragraph, there's a bracketed sentence. Well, it's a different type. There's a sentence, a different font that says, this is the language I added to make the vacancy filling provision work in single transferable vote elections. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So what they're doing is saying that if you have an election, and that election would normally include some city council seats that are naturally coming to the end of a staggered term, and you have an election to fill an unexpired term, you vote for all of them at the same time. And the person who gets the fewest votes gets the unexpired term. So right now, for example, we have a new appointment being made to city council. So the result of this would be in the fall of, well, let's pretend that they were gonna be on the ballot next year.
Right.
And next year, we have 4 city council seats on the ballot, I think. So you would have 4 city council seats plus a partial term. And you would so you'd have 5 seats in your formula. And whoever gets the first 4 slots gets a full term, which could be one of those, the appointee. And whoever gets the fewest votes gets the unexpired term. So it's just different.
Well, but this is anticipating that you're gonna have way more than 5 candidates to fill 5 seats.
Well, whatever. My point is that this isn't the way it would result now. The way it would result now is the person who's the appointee would be the person on the ballot who's running for an unexpired term, and everybody else would be running for 4-year terms, right?
Yeah, that's interesting.
But in this, the person who's running for the unexpired term could get a 4-year term.
That makes sense. I think that's good.
That's good in that you like it?
Yeah.
Consolation
it's
prize.
it's different.
It is, it's different, but I think it's just like.
Yeah.
I mean, if in that situation, like, I mean, if there's 8 candidates, then it would just be the 5th most vote candidate who would get the
Unexpired.
unexpired term.
But one of the things that's tricky about it, and again, I'm not saying whether this is good or bad, it's just fact, that when you run for that race, you don't know what you're gonna get.
Oh, so true. So you might get more resignations theoretically if people would only be in for the 2.
You might get 4, you might get 2, or you might get nothing. If you don't get enough votes.
Yep.
But the other point, practical point about this is, if we approve this, then we would have to have, sort of alternate provisions that if ranked choice voting is approved, this change is made to 3.4. But if it's not, this change wouldn't be made to 3.4.
So I think that in the final, in our shiny charter, we would include this change, but just have a note in the report that if it's declined, that must be adjusted, right?
Or if it's
Yeah.
postponed.
Right.
Or if they both go on the ballot and if they both go on the ballot and ranked choice voting wins, then the 3.4 that we've discussed previously would not be in effect, and instead this one would be in effect. It's complicated.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we can't figure it out,
Yeah.
but it's just complicated.
We should just, we
'Cause
need
we
to
like
make a note,
complicated.
we make a note of it to city
Yeah.
council so that they,
Right.
yeah.
Can be figured out.
Can we pause just for 1 minute?
Sure.
It was really quick. Is it appropriate to fill the 5th seat, as we're talking here, with someone who had a full term and was being going for election again for another full term? Why should that? I guess it's not clear to
To
me
get
that
fewer
that
votes.
person should be penalized in a sense. If a person is on the ballot because they are filling an unexpired term or they were an appointee, then doesn't that designation justifiably carry forward with them? All right? So that, well, you have a chance to then run again and when you get a full election. But for right now,
Well, that's what I was saying, that it injects an
Yeah.
additional level of uncertainty into the race, because whether you're an incumbent or not, if somebody is going into the race, and let's say they're not an incumbent, they're just a new candidate, they're saying, I wanna run for a 4-year seat on city council. Well, okay, but you may only get 2.
that's,
And then you'd have to run again
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah. But it also is a reflection of how how many people want you. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm saying it, the people who are, the voters are gonna vote for who they want, the best and rank them. And so it's like it doesn't keep that seat separate, it puts it all together, and the most favored candidates win them.
well, I totally understand that.
Question. Could we also just keep the way we had set it up
How's that?
and ignore this? Like not do this, but keep the way we had,
Well, I would suggest that we need to make this change if we're adopting ranked choice voting.
Yeah.
But if we're not,
and I have absolutely no idea why I am so lost in that regards of why this is attached to ranked choice.
because you're basically contemplating that when this election happens and you've got 4 people running in the normal sense, 4 people are up, terms are up, so it's an election.
4 seats are up, not people.
4 seats are up.
Okay.
And you may have incumbents running again or not, who knows? But let's say there's 4 seats up and there's 8 people running.
Okay.
And then there's this unexpired term issue. So you've got 5 seats up. Because the person who had the unexpired term wouldn't normally be up at that point, but there's an extra seat up there. So you treat the whole 5 as one thing, and people vote on 5 candidates ranked in order.
Versus having a separate election
For each one.
with runoff or transferable
Right.
for that 5th seat.
Yeah, I mean, just like the mayor's, 4,
Right.
but yeah, you don't want
Gets thrown
that.
into the pot with all the others.
Well, because then you would have, I mean, theoretically, you would have either just that appointee running unopposed, or you would have someone who's specifically challenging the appointee for that 2-year seat, right? And it's like, why would you
Yeah, who would do
specifically
that?
challenge the appointee for the 2-year seat if
Yeah.
you could make them play for the 4-year seat?
Right.
I think what we need to do, Jonathan, is keep both texts. The one where we're not adopting ranked choice voting, but with the changes we made, and this one here, so that we will have backup in either contingent.
Yeah, so this one will be
Yeah,
part
I
of the
believe you
bucket.
guys are on the same page.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, this was,
I was just trying to get my head around it because I am exhausted on ranked choice voting right now.
luckily,
I think this
We're
was
at
the
the
last
end.
section that Linda was suggesting we look at today, is that correct, Linda?
This is the last thing on ranked choice voting, unless somebody else has something.
Well, there is one little language thing, but since we're approaching burnout on this, I'll save it for next time. There's that either or phrasing that you said is a legal standard kind of thing. It's in the previous paragraph. We don't have to look at it today.
Well, so what's happening with it?
We're saving it.
No, I meant, but I know you guys are gonna look at the one section. We don't need anyone to address this is a us to deal with because,
Yeah, this is.
right,
everything.
right,
Okay.
yeah, we'll
So
go back
really-
with answers to all these.
okay, so really you're gonna come back with answers to up here about the +1 as well as the authority.
Yeah.
Then once we receive that, we can talk about it all.
Which will be next Saturday.
Okay, and so there's nothing after here for this, like the vacancies forward that we need anything on.
Right,
Cool,
right.
thank you. I need just to walk through some,
That's
on the
good,
same page.
helpful.
We wanna take a short break,
Yes, I mean,
just so people can clear their
I
heads.
can't see the clock.
What's next? Are we?
Is that clock
I
right?
think Guy is next.
Okay.
Oh,
it's 11:33.
11:35.
It's a little
Yeah.
fast.
or 3:35, okay.
I literally see that.
What time are we coming back? I'm sorry.
10 minutes?
10 minutes? Okay.
All right, Guy, you're up.
Okay, so I'm up.
Thank you for your very helpful information.
Love it.
I read it.
Okay, excellent. Of course, I would say thank you and you're welcome. I thank everybody for their arguments. This is a great group to work with. What I'd like to do to introduce what we're doing is assume that we do have a sufficient recall of what we've discussed. And I want to bring in specifically the things that I've done or changed, since then.
What paper are we working on?
This one.
It's not currently.
It's from last week.
Okay, I just need to find it.
Okay.
It's got pretty colors on it,
Pretty color.
blue and yellow.
Yeah, here it is. Is this it?
No,
It's the older one.
It has that yellow
That's the
too.
previous one.
Um,
You'll find it if you keep looking, I think.
I can share with Graham if you can't find it, because we've looked at it.
that is not, that is definitely not it.
No.
I don't, I don't. Oh, okay.
Okay, so just in terms of what I've done, I told you what I previously did. Since that time, I want to record the fact that I also reached out to Mayor Wheelo of South Euclid, who referred me to Amy Himmellein, who is the finance director there in South Euclid. And we did not actually meet face to face, but we exchanged a series of emails to help me understand what they do and what the calendar is and the rest of it.
Did Amy Himmeline used to work here?
I have no idea.
I think she did.
Never even, as I said.
Somebody left here and went to South Euclid, it might have been.
Okay. I also, I'm then also met with Tony Kuda, because I felt that the question that came up last time was, does council get enough time to look at the materials in order to do the job that they need to do? So I wanted to talk to somebody, and I chose Tony because I happen to know Tony. I've talked to him a few times. So I reached out to Tony, and what I would say, Tony's reaction was, what I would put it in the order of, well, it would always be nice to have more time, especially because that's a holiday time, Thanksgiving and Christmas and everything else. So he said, well, yeah, it would be nice, and that's the level of, and you know, he said, yeah, it would be good to have that. If you had more time, it'd be nice to have more time, and it would be 2 weeks. So instead of having it show up in the middle of November, the second meeting, I imagine that's the second meeting of the council in November, the first meeting in November. I reached out to Tara Schuster, who is the finance director, and asked her what that would mean to her and what how she would how she would react to that. I have not gotten a response from Tara at this point in time. However, I continue to do more research in terms of calendars of our sister cities that we've been looking at. And what I found in the ones that I could find, South Euclid, for example, has exactly the same schedule we have. Their council is presented with the budget in the middle of November. It's given the first reading at that meeting. And then there's 2 more council meetings before the end of the year, it's given the reading to those, and then they're finished with their work. So, with the background, I have, at one point in time, I was responsible for budgeting a medical products group at Hewlett Packard Company, worldwide global operation, but I do have some experience about the different pieces and parts of a budgeting process. And as I thought about what it would mean to the city to move 2 weeks earlier, I considered that I think that the wise thing for us to do is not try to change the calendar, because it has so many implications to so many people's activities and what they're doing and how they're doing it all. All right, so when I put together this particular revision, I did not revise the calendar date, the date when it would be there.
So they presented the second meeting in November and it gets voted on in January?
No. There's 3 readings, right? There's 3 readings, so in South Euclid and in Cleveland Heights now, the calendar is that in the second meeting of November, it gets a first reading. It's presented and it gets a first reading. From that time until the second meeting in December, they have time to do their analysis, talk to the department heads, have public meetings, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, then by the time they have their second meeting in December, that's the third reading, and they have then at that point in time, if they're on schedule and they're not gonna go to alternatives, they're gonna pass the budget. And that's what they've done every year.
So between the first reading, when it's introduced, and when they vote, basically a month later, in that period, they have all the budget hearings.
And actually last year, all the budget hearings, I'm sorry. Yes, so council then brings in the department heads and other people to speak to, and they bring them in a series of meetings. And I think they were what do they call it, council of the whole or something?
Yeah.
They weren't the regular
Right.
meeting of the council. They have that time to do that, to bring that in. That's a public meeting, and that's when the people get a chance to see what's going on.
And there is a public presentation at some point in this too, correct? I remember reading that.
What I've said here about the public is that action on the budget, which is on page 4 of the latest one, council and mayor will collaborate to ensure council and the public have the opportunity to understand and offer comment on the budget.
So my only comment about this is the budget hearings, and I understand they had a whole series of them. I don't know how many, but they had a series, different meetings with different departments. And I guess my only question is, in your draft, do we lock in the timing, or does it say not later than?
Timing of which, I'm sorry.
When the budget is presented for the first reading?
No, it's let's see, let me just find the particular place. On page 3 at the bottom,
Yeah.
annual preparation this is part of the preparation of the full city budget, the revenue budget. A2, the estimate will be provided to council by the 15th day of November each year. And the same statement, I believe, yes, appears under the appropriations. The estimate will be provided council by the 15th day.
So that if they decided that they needed more time, council could request that it come sooner. The only reason I raised that is because it occurs to me, and this really arose in part in my head, I think, because one of the people who withdrew from the current round of appointments to council made the comment that he was taken aback, my words, he was taken aback by the number of meetings, committee meetings that are held during the day. And I'm envisioning that it could be possible because, of course, I realize that currently there are some meetings during the day, but I also know that at least in recent years, all of that scheduling is done with a view to the schedules of the particular people on council. So for instance, Davita Russell can't go to meetings early in the morning, but she could go to a 10 o'clock meeting. But if you had a different council person who could go to a meeting in the morning but couldn't go to a 10 o'clock, you might have a totally different schedule. But I'm just wanting to be sure that we give them flexibility so that if they were to decide because of a future composition of council that it just doesn't work to have all those budget hearings during the day. You know, they have to have them in the evening. Maybe they need to start a week earlier in order to fit stuff in at a time when council people can make it. But, you know, aside from that, and I just view that as
And the public,
practicality.
and the
Well, the public too, but I think there is a, I mean, I would hope that in terms of providing a public view of the budget, that council would determine it's a good idea to have some discussion, not during the day, so that residents who have a day job can attend. But I leave that to them. I don't wanna hardwire that.
I guess the other thing is that,
I do, but go ahead and then I'll.
the other thing is if they're, I don't know how many hearings they had, but say they had 5, that seems like a lot to have in the inside of 1 month.
That's what they do.
But that seems like a lot,
Well, but
or
mean,
maybe they have 10, maybe they have, 20
they do it in other cities though, the same way.
in 1 month's time.
They have a calendar very much like ours, very much.
And I think it may be a function, you'd have better sense of this, but it's a function of how public entities in our area choose to do it. Because I certainly know from my experience working with clients, I had a lot of clients who were doing their budgeting in June. And they were not waiting until the fall, and you probably saw that too, but I have no idea why people make these choices. It has a lot to do with, moving parts. It may have to do with SEC requirements, I don't know, when you're a public company.
Sometimes it has to do with their calendar year, right?
It could, yeah.
So, I don't understand, why are we changing the language of section 1 budget?
Why are we changing it?
Yeah.
Because if you look at what's there, it's, so the history is that the budgeting process has not been, under the city manager, council, as it's described to me by the council people, is that they were given a budget and they approved the budget. All right, under the city manager. Under with the mayor, they want a different role, all right? And in having that role, this last year, in terms of the council members and in terms of Tara Schuster and others who I've talked to in terms of the city's experience, that was a really very good experience, right? And what's been expressed is that they would like to, people who have participated this last year would like to see this replicated in coming years, that they don't lose what they've got, they don't lose what they've got. So in order to establish that there is a process that works, there's a process that people have found to be working and acceptable and all, that won't be lost, so such that it's not lost, I'm proposing we put something into the charter, number 1. Number 2, cities take different approaches to defining the process for budgeting. The City of South Euclid has a very brief portion that says we do a budget, a little bit more, but not much more. But they also have a mayor who's been in place for 20 years, and as we heard from her, they have a really well-oiled machine when it comes to working together. The City of Shaker Heights has a very, in my terminology, very powerful city manager, all right? And they have had a process in place for a very long time, but it is described in detail in the charter of Shaker Heights.
That's the chief assistant, they don't have a city manager.
City administrator.
City administrator.
City, what?
That's Jerry Shaken, yeah.
Because they have a mayor, right?
They have a mayor, we talked to Weiss, right?
No, I know, I'm just saying it's.
Yeah, they have a city administrator, okay, they have a city administrator who's in place, and I understand,
Very
he runs a very tight ship,
Yes,
things
that's
work
right.
really, really well. But in their charter, they have specified what is gonna be what is expected in the budgeting process. So my read on that is that it isn't a question of how mature your city is. You can find these, Lakewood also has a lot of detail. Mature, I think, mature city. So you can find a lot of detail, or you may not find detail. My argument or my proposal here is detail, because I believe that Cleveland Heights would be considered immature in terms of the mayor council form of government. And whatever help we can give them for the next 5 to 10 years in the charter to say, we have something that works, no matter who's in office, no matter what their attitude is, let's not lose what we have gained. Okay, so that's why it's here in detail. One thing, this describes the way the city prepares information to give to council this last year for the first time was called the budget book. And it carries most everything that's described here. And that's what Tony said. We wouldn't want to lose that. That was the best experience we've had. The budget book helped so much. So that's why that's why it's presented the way it's presented.
Thank you. I don't think we should change it. I think we should keep the language as it is in the current charter. I like how it's general. It gives them flexibility. What you're saying about a process is an administrative process or policy. It could be council rules. And then you could allow flexibility. If the charter is not touched in 5, 10, or 20 years, this is a hard prescriptive process. So personally, I like the way it's laid out with section 1 budget, section 2 appropriation ordinance. And I think we should just keep as is and let them stick to their process administratively. So that's my take on it. But thank you, Guy, for what you did as well as the way you laid this out. It was very, very helpful.
Sure.
I'd like to know in your draft, some of this is language that goes into the charter, some of this are sort of your notes about why these things are here, and I'm having a hard time. Like on your draft,
Okay.
Article 9 Finance, Section 1 Budget, City Fiscal Year, that phrase, City Fiscal Year, that will not be in the charter?
You're right. No,
No,
I
it
think
would
if
be.
we go back, if you go back to the beginning,
No,
it's.
I'm on this.
Well, I know, but you have to go back to the beginning, to the directions to understand what you're looking at. In the beginning, it says, underscored content is not part of the draft of the charter. So if it's not underscored, it is the proposal for the charter.
So anything here that is not underscored, you want to put in the charter?
That's right. That would be.
So go to page 3.
Yes, exactly, yeah. So that's what I'm looking at. So all this thing, city fiscal year, compliance with laws and regulations, provisions of information council, is that like a subheading?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah, he hasn't put the numbering in, but it would all get numbered.
So all this would be added,
Yes.
okay?
And the headings, as I explained last time, the headings or the subheadings, which as Linda says, would eventually get numbered. All right, the headings come from the model charter from the Civic League.
And we did talk at our last discussion of this about compressing it a bit because some of this seemed to be like more detailed than a charter might normally show.
Well, what I did was eliminate from page 3, the portion that's yellow, is modified and it only carries the very descriptive content. It doesn't have explanatory content. In
Yeah,
response to
that was changed.
Yeah, that's changed.
Gotcha.
It's gone, yeah. That's.
So, wait a minute, so, okay, so what remains, what will be in the charter is just the stuff in yellow?
No. Everything that's not underscored. Whatever is not underscored is
that's
charter.
But the yellow language that you're looking at right now, Harriet, is just what he changed from his last draft of this document.
After our discussions
Yeah.
last time.
So both page 3 and 4 would be added to the charter as they stand with some numbering added.
Yes.
Yes.
And then the only other thing I want to point out is this section just became effective in 2022. So it's fairly new.
Yeah, with the
Well,
mayor and all
the language, and we're proposing to change it again.
Right, but to be fair, I think we should know that it was put in place before this budget book thing happened. So
But like,
it's true that it was recently changed by the council, but I think that, I mean, I have also heard from people on council besides Tony that they were very happy with the way the process worked.
yeah, I mean, but and at RTA, we have a budget book. We don't have a charter. I'm not aware of it being in the charter. And then there's other things, like budget books are very common for different public sector entities. Metro Parks has, it's just a document that has sections so you kind of cover your bases.
Oh, yeah.
Government Finance Office as the Government Finance Officer Association, GFOA, like scores budget books and gives out awards for them. Yeah, so it's a kind of known industry process from what I've seen in the public sector.
Sure.
So I don't see the point of putting it in the charter and locking it in because it won't allow more changes, so they can't tweak and adjust it based on the prescriptive nature. They can do pieces. Another concern of mine is that also, like, we mentioned operating and capital. Actually, we don't mention it operating, but without defining capital. So like Graham's question last time kind of made me think like, oh, if you don't know some of the basics of this and you're reading through, you don't know what this means. So we might want to, I don't know if we want to, but you know, if we're gonna add in that kind of language, then it calls up other questions in my opinion.
I think I understand where you're coming from on the budget book idea, but I think that it's helpful to reflect in the charter, you know, a good process that can be followed regardless of who the players are in office. In terms of capital, I guess I don't feel a real need to define it because it is very well defined in the world of accounting and finance. I mean, people understand what's a capital budget versus an operating budget. The one thing in the text that I have a question about is the sustainability item, and only because I think people aren't going to understand what that means. So if you want to include that, I think as part of the presentation on this, we're going to have to provide some explanation around what exactly that entails. Because I think people see sustainability, and in Cleveland Heights at least, they're more likely to think, go green, than the broader context that your sources cover.
And I think it'd be easy enough not to include Part D on sustainability. It was suggested by the National Civic League in terms of their model charter. But I agree with you that we may not have the maturity in our city that would be properly interpreted in action. So we don't have to have it in the text. I just want to also note, that there is no reference to a budget book, right? This is reference information. So this is information which is common and you don't do your budgeting in a municipal environment without this information. Virtually all of it is already in the budget that was presented in the budget book that was presented. And I don't see this so much as a process description as a description of information and responsibilities. So, and that's what I believe belongs in the charter. If it was administrative processes, it doesn't belong in the charter. We obviously have to include something about timing. At least every charter that's out there that I've looked at includes timing, so that there's clarity and understanding on the part of everybody involved.
Well, let me ask, what do other folks think about the plan addressing sustainability? How do you feel about that?
I think it should be removed.
Well, and where is that language? I can't find it. I see
It's on
the
page
note
4.
on 5, page 4.
Yeah, item D. But it's
Under
like-
capital budget, page 4.
Okay. So you would craft a commentary. We don't have the language in front of us, but we would find one, correct?
No. They would be expected to prepare a commentary.
Oh, I see.
Address this.
All right.
Yeah, so my point, Drew, is that if you look at the information that Drew assembled, which is very helpful, that kind of explains, you know, what does this mean? If you say you wanted to address sustainability, what do you mean by that concept? And the explanation coming from the United Nations, for instance, defines sustainability as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I think that's a very, very broad statement of sustainability. And it's not that I object to it, but I think that on the face of it, for people in Cleveland Heights, if they see the word sustainability, they're gonna think it relates to environmental concerns, period. And I'm not saying that's a bad understanding on their
Well,
part,
it
I'm
does
just.
say sustainability of the community, it doesn't just say
I know that, but I think that what, in the context of this kind of a element in this sort of a presentation, it's a much, much broader concept of sustainability than people might at first glance assume. So it's an education opportunity, one could say, to help people understand this is what it means. Not just for the benefit of the person in the budget department who's gonna have to prepare the draft, but for the community.
So that's we're talking about two separate, wow. So you're suggesting that we delete it rather than explain it?
Oh, no, I didn't go that far. What I said is, I think people in the community aren't going to understand it at first glance
Without
in the
explaining.
way that the sources suggest it. So if we want to include that, it would be a good idea to include in a report what it means and how it's to be applied, just to avoid confusion. That's all I'm saying.
And when Linda asked the question, I just said, I think we should remove it. So that's just my take, is I don't think we should go near it and just not add it. That's my take.
Would fiscal stewardship help out here? Instead of sustainability?
Well, I think the idea of fiscal stewardship has to do with the flow of finances, right, monies. All right, and this is what this is doing, is trying to introduce the idea of what are the implications of the capital expenditures in this case to things that are beyond the money, but instead to how does it impact the community over the longer term? And does it benefit the community? Does it not benefit the community? Are we doing something in a manner which is consistent with ecologically responsible behaviors, et cetera? You know, that's what it would be. But I thought it was I included it because I was suggested by the model charter. I thought, well, and we do have in the mayor's office now, we have a sustainability lead, all right? And as the discussions with the finance director, Tara Schuster, mentioned, she said this is entirely consistent with what the mayor is trying to do, yada, yada. You know what I mean? So it was presented to you. But I agree with Linda's comments in the sense that we aren't that terribly mature. That's basically why I'm asking, why I would propose to this commission that we want to give some definition of the information, which is already existing information they're using already, but let's not lose it in the future. And we can do that by putting it into the charter. But that particular section on sustainability is not essential to what I'm proposing, and it can be deleted without any problem.
I like the sustainability section. I think that it would be more clear if we included maybe that ESG language that we were talking about last time we were discussing this, the environmental, social, and governmental aspects to it. I mean, even just like putting the environmental, social, and governmental sustainability of the community in the region. You know what I mean? Like into that line, I think would maybe clarify that it's not just environmental, it's not just fiscal, but it's all encompassing. I think it's a worthwhile thing to include.
What is it, environmental, social, and what's the third one?
Governmental.
Governmental.
Yeah, at the very last page, or almost, Guy added some information about sustainability.
Yeah.
I just, if that, my intention here is that if that continues to be part of what we propose as a commission, then these would be, as I prepare a draft to support it, these would be sources I would look to in order to help inform me about what I want to put into that report. But I wanted you to see it ahead of time just in case,
So this, on page 5, number 5 on page 5 would go in the report.
That's to share, that's information I'm sharing with you
With
that
us.
would guide me in preparing the report,
I see, but when, it guide you in
the
preparing
draft of the report.
the report on this part.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
I'm wondering, to make sure that we're not doing work that we may not need, if Jonathan might want to make a motion to just adopt this current charter language. Can we vote on that, or take a temperature on whether we want to revise the whole budget section or not? I'm just trying to make sure that we're not doing work that we're not going to need.
I mean, I don't I know we're trying to avoid like double negative motions,
Yeah.
so I think it would be better if someone motioned to like accept this or, you know, and then go, you know,
What I was suggesting is you make a motion, oh, I see,
you see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah, I don't wanna do that right now, but anyone's welcome to.
okay.
Are there any other comments on the advisability of using Guy's draft for the budget? Anybody else have anything they wanna say about that approach?
Well, I just wanna join Graham and I think it is a good idea to keep capital budget D. Yeah, D in there and including the 3G language or whatever it is.
And I appreciate all the work that he has put into this, but I'm agreeing with Jonathan that the current charter language was adopted in 2022. The city and the mayor are still finding their way through this process. I think it needs to evolve a little bit more before we add all these constraints. I think it's still, they're finding their way toward the budget process, and I don't think we should preempt that.
And then a supplement idea would also be the current first paragraph, section 1 of the budget. I think that should stay and not include this first set of information. And then if you wanted to get into more details, then this would replace the preparation of full city budget, that would replace the second paragraph. I mean, I think we just have to move up the 15th day of November to the first paragraph, but like a small date thing. But like, if you're gonna spell it out, the second paragraph under section 1 of the budget as currently written is that large amount of flexibility. And there are some things in the first paragraph I really like where it talks about, you know, such date as fixed by general law. I mean, it gives a little flexibility. So that's just an idea.
Jonathan, what I pulled out was what's in that first paragraph, right? So I had, yeah, pretty much. I was talking about.
But it's not exact, and I'm
I'm saying pretty much what the county was expecting and the county calendar and all the rest of it is what we said
Well,
was
like
too
for
much.
instance, you don't say the finances of the city shall always be conducted upon the budget system. That's missing from your draft.
Well, it may not be necessary if you're adopting it, if you're
Yeah,
adopting.
I'm saying I think it is.
Okay.
I mean, there's maybe some
We
other.
could certainly add that sentence.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I like the way this paragraph reads more so than the way he broke it out. That's my preference.
Well, anybody else have comments? Roland, do you have anything you wanna add?
No, I commend Guy for trying to bring in the United Nations view of sustainability. I'm not opposed to it. But it is a bit innovative. Let's put it that way. I'm not opposed to it though.
So just kind of, thinking about adopting this language in general, my understanding is that one of the reasons that Guy embarked on this project is that the budget system that was done last year is in violation of this charter that's set out.
Well,
Can you explain
it isn't I would, let's see. It's in violation. It's certainly inconsistent.
Yeah.
All right, it's certainly inconsistent. So that's the reason why I went into it. That's why I got involved. There is nothing, for example, the estimate shall be compiled from the detailed information obtained from the different departments on uniform blanks uniform blanks to be furnished by the mayor, approved by the council, et cetera, et cetera. That is not applicable to anything that's been going on, or anything that went on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I feel like it would make sense to, since council really loves this new budget process and the current charter doesn't reflect this budget process that worked and they love, I think it would make sense, to adopt this language. That he's proposed.
I'd like to also mention that the proposal doesn't constrain the process or the whatever. The proposal actually does reflect the information that was gathered last time. and is gathered in other cities. I mean, it's specific when they specify it in the charter. So the budget, the financial planning process doesn't, this kind of process or this kind of description doesn't really constrain the action of those who are involved in doing the planning. What it does is it makes clear that the council will have certain information available to them as they are reviewing what is proposed as the budget for the city.
You know, I think the process and the contemplation of engagement and discussion and having the public get a view at it as well, those are all very important things. You know, transparency and accountability in terms of our budget, which is pretty important, I think.
And today we have a mayor who's in favor of this. It was a collaborative effort between the mayor's office and the council and all that to do what the budget the way they did last time. It may not be that way in the future. Somebody may want not to be so transparent. And if there isn't a specification of this information should be available, it should be available to the council, it should be available to the public, then there's no place to go to change that.
We do know for sure, I mean, I know Tony Kuda told you that things are okay. Linda, some other member of council said they thought it was good. I mean, was it
well,
that good?
Well,
This process?
Melody was very enthusiastic about it. She told me on several occasions that she thought it worked really well. And Jim Petrus sat in on the budget meetings. He said he thought it was very helpful. So I think I think your point, Guy, about not wanting to have this level of providing of information and opportunity to review and discuss it. You don't want it to be dependent on having a mayor like our current mayor who's very happy to engage in this. And because I think it's important, and I was kind of surprised that it hadn't happened in the past. That in the past they hadn't had any real detailed discussions about the budget. They just accepted what the city manager provided, and that did not end well. It really didn't end well in terms of money being spent on what the priorities of the city should be.
Yeah, but that's because you had a hands-off council that didn't do
Well,
much.
I know, but this makes it harder for council to be hands-off. So,
I mean, if we are gonna accept, I think there are some changes to the language that could be helpful, like we should say, currently we say an annual budget setting forth an itemized form and estimate. I think that should be included, because right now it just says an estimate of the expense. An estimate of the expense from a combative mayor could be, here's what the department's gonna spend, and not give them an itemized. Like, I really think, if you want some level of accountability, itemized needs to be in there. And another part under action on budget, publishing.
Jonathan, would you say that again?
So in current section 1 of budget, first paragraph, third line from the bottom, far rightish,
Mm-hmm.
an annual budget setting forth an itemized form, an estimate stating the amount of money, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
But that means something to me, because for instance, if you prepare a reso and you need an estimate, $100,000.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you ask for an itemized estimate, very different.
Mm-hmm.
So, level of accountability. Under action on budget, this is in Lee's proposed language. First paragraph ending, publishing means to print in a contemporary means of information sharing. I don't think we should require printing. I know that the idea of publishing papers and printing is.
That's exactly what that's designed to avoid, right? That's what it
says
says.
means to print,
Yeah, it says publishing means to print in the contemporary means of information sharing,
which the only,
which is digital.
no, I don't agree.
Okay, we can remove that.
Yeah, and I just think that I don't know how to, but they have to make it available to the public or something like that. I've seen that. Offer comments on the budget by holding hearings on the budget and making information available. Something like that is an option. Because then that could be website, email,
Yeah,
written.
that was the intention. That came from the model charter.
Okay, then I disagree with the model charter too.
So are you suggesting instead of saying publishing means to print, we should say publishing means to make available in the contemporary means?
Where is this now?
It's under action on
Yeah.
budget on page 4.
Is the last sentence, yeah.
Yeah, I would say publishing means to make available to the public in the contemporary means of information sharing.
Yeah, so
More
yeah,
clear.
I think that.
Sounds great.
Cause then also who knows, budgets might end up on Instagram or whatever the hell's next, you know what I mean? Just-
And our Neuralink.
Yeah.
Well, I think a
And then-
TikTok budget would be a really viral.
And then I'm a little confused because it seems like you're starting to get into section 2 here. So
Right.
is your, Guy's language, are you, section 2 of Article 9 is about appropriation ordinance? Did you combine them together into just one
Yeah,
section?
this replaces all.
Okay, so it just replaces sections 1 and 2 though,
Yes. it
not the
does.
whole Article 9. Right?
No, the rest of Article 9.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to be clear, because you only had the one section, so you just put it all into one section. And then at the end is where the appropriate, just get my head around it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In the yellow stuff, you've got the last little chunk.
This,
Yes, council would be provided and estimate, it should be an estimate, I'm assuming.
oh, I gotcha.
An estimate.
I'd be more comfortable if we could see this in charter format. Looking at it broken up into flying sentences makes it very hard for me to read it as a charter statement. So I don't know if that.
I'm sorry, Drew, can you help me understand what you're asking for?
Yes. So our current charter looks like this. And then this has got these coming and going in and out sort of stuff.
Like the red line, where it would be cut the language out and then put it in, unless this is
Well, there's
exactly
no
how you
red,
wanted it to
I
look.
can't do a red line.
Excuse me, I think what Drew's suggesting is numbering.
Well,
To have the
numbering-
text with section
numbering
numbering and headings like we have in the other draft.
Yeah, but all these indents.
Right.
Unless they've got numbers, the indents aren't making any sense to me, and they're the solo sentences, instead of having them joined up into a paragraph, that kind of thing. Again, it's just visually processing how this reads as a charter. In this one, there's a paragraph and then a paragraph. In this one, there's a sentence and an indented sentence, then an outdented sentence, then an indented sentence. For us to track, I get that, I do get that. But to see this formatted as charter language would help me say, okay, this is charter text, this is what goes into a charter.
So in the model charter, is it laid out in with section references and stuff like that?
It's not,
Okay, but I'm sure we can
but we can do
work
that.
out.
I mean, that's easy enough to do. It can all be put into a format with section, subsections.
Yeah.
I know, yeah, I do think that would be helpful. It sounds petty on the surface, but I think it would, just for our visual.
fine.
Well, and I don't think there's anything prohibiting an emotion where it would be to pass or move this, pending final review based on, integration into the charter. Yeah,
Formatting.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't need to hold up everything. Unless it's like the crux of someone's vote.
No, I don't
But
want to hold
that's,
it up on that.
no, I know, but I'm just saying that there's
Yeah.
more to it. We don't have to inch along.
Right.
I do agree that would be helpful. Formatting is a little
Yeah,
bit easier.
I will. This is, obviously, I'm reflecting my history of work as well. This is what is understandable, the way my mind thinks and what I've done in the past.
So, any further comments?
Well, so with that little correcting provided and to and, and then the publishing print kind of
Just
thing.
typo right here.
What page?
In the
sorry.
yellow section.
And
In the front?
The,
I got
Go-
it.
go.
Council estimate, right.
what is it, page 3?
3.
3.
What page, does anybody have?
Yeah, there you go. Page 3,
Crazy.
Last yellow section,
Okay.
first sentence,
Oh, an estimate.
yes.
Yeah, there's also a place under action on budget, the word mayor is lowercase and it needs to be uppercase.
Yeah, see, that's where putting
Should
it
say
in
the
charter
mayor.
format will help us track that. I don't know where we are, but that's okay.
So,
and is it director of finance or is finance director, okay?
I wouldn't stress over that because Lee's gonna go through and pick one and do it. Cause
Oh,
there's
yeah, for
places where it's
consistency.
inconsistent.
Alrighty. And then again, in that action on budget, we will change means to make available to the public.
Yeah, please make that real. Publishing means to make available,
To the public.
but do we have to have public? Because also council, right? We can have public, I don't care, it's just,
Well, but I think it probably should be both, yeah. To council and to the public.
okay.
in the contemporary means.
Okay.
And please continue that, by
Okay.
means of contemporary,
Okay,
Publishing
can you
means
start
to-
it? So publishing means
To
to,
make available to the council and the public, or to council and the public, in the contemporary means of information sharing.
Yeah.
So publishing means to make available to council and to the public, or whatever, however we are addressing council, in the contemporary means of information sharing.
I think I got that. There, and I need to go change that. Yep, and estimate, those are the only two places.
And
Oh,
then there's
I know.
capitalized the mayor down there, and where we were working
Whoa.
previously.
that's all, we'll make sure all that formatting.
And I don't know
Yeah,
if finance director also gets capitalized.
Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
so at least have it set up here.
Alright, so under A, annual appropriations budget, you wanted to insert an estimate of the itemized expenses of conducting each department?
I'm sorry, which page, so
Where?
highlights?
Which page?
Below the highlights.
It's not highlighted, it's below
Okay.
the highlights.
Okay, show for an annual
Annual,
budget document giving the following information.
okay, so part A right
Estimate
there,
and itemized.
and itemized.
Oh, wait a minute, what's it again? It's under the appropriations budget?
No, preparation of.
I think every,
It's
I
under
mean,
appropriate.
I'd have to double check it, but almost every place you have the word estimate in front of it, okay. Like, under annual revenue, annual appropriations, where the word estimate pops up. I don't know if that's,
It should be itemized in front of estimate.
that's
Oh,
my
itemized estimate.
suggestion.
An itemized estimate, so add the word.
Which is the, give me how you got to the number.
Yeah. You divide by 5 and add 1.
Oh, yeah, true.
Take a number, add one, divide it by one. Okay. And then under D, if we do want to maintain the presence of sustainability, you would want to put before the word a commentary on how the plan addresses the ESG, which would be environmental, social, and governance.
So
actually,
contemporary
governance
and how to,
If you want to keep that, I mean, I think that's
Yeah,
a
I don't
separate
know.
question.
Commentary.
Can you,
tiger here.
can you add the words environmental, social, and governmental? Was it EF or ES?
ESG, environmental, social, it's actually governance.
And governance.
It's not a term that's in
Good thing.
governance.
Good
Governance
thing.
instead of governmental.
It's your Polish background.
Where?
You've got it
Right
there, yeah, right
You made it
there.
better.
Environmental.
Oops.
Social and governance.
Governance.
Sustainability.
It's like the word timely being,
Governance, not economic, right?
no,
Right.
it's not
Yeah,
environmental, social,
governance.
and governance.
So
Sustainability.
they don't have to be sustainable financially?
Well, this is.
I wouldn't,
All the rest of it is the financial
interpretation.
thing.
I wouldn't
But
do
it never says, I mean, we're only talking.
I think governance covers that.
I know, but okay. I mean, wow. Alright, I think that's the only other
So,
question, right?
then when you get
You
into-
have this question about the this new one as well. I didn't know if that was needed to be did we ever cover?
I think that's an
I
excellent
mean,
add.
that's, that,
I just wanna make sure we comment on it, that, where it's marked new.
Yeah.
Cool.
So the other question I have is if we're putting itemized
Anywhere we can.
about revenue and we're putting itemized, where else do we need to put itemized? Do we need to put itemized in capital stuff? And if we cover revenue, where do we cover expenditures?
well, that's what the expenditures of the annual appropriations budget. In government
Okay.
terminology, expenditures is appropriations.
Alright, so does
No, I mean, I don't know. Appropriation is giving the money. Expenses is how you actually spend it. I mean, they're slightly different. Like we'll get appropriated dollars from FTA, but they're not in our expenses.
And what does council do expenditures, or is council concerned about appropriations?
Appropriations only.
Okay, alright, so I think,
But in this instance, yeah, I don't know, cause it would be contextual. I don't think here we go, cost estimates. I mean, that's explicit in my opinion.
well, there's a reference to expenditures in the paragraph about compliance with laws and regulations.
You're gonna have to help me on that one.
Go up a page,
Thank you.
you see that? the last yellow paragraph.
Thank you.
So there should be itemized there,
Possibly, yeah.
because that's where it says expenditures. And that's in the context of the budget that goes to the county, I think.
No, that's not, that's the full budget, the compliance, to be in
Okay.
compliance, it's.
No, actually, this would be like a lawyer question. Linda, is, so the current phrase in the current charter says like an annual budget setting forth an item in itemized form, an estimate, blah, blah, blah. If we just said like at the beginning that the budget would be set forth in itemized form as an estimate, would that cover implicitly all of it, or should we be going through and adding itemized into every single one?
Well, there's only a few.
I just also don't know if, I'm just asking.
Well,
Cause also like if we throw itemized in front of the capital, like does it make sense there? I don't know.
I think it would,
Cool.
but
I think the benefit of using itemized in the way that we're using it right now is it's subject to the interpretation of the people who are involved, okay? So it's not prescriptive, it doesn't say it has to be at the level of 45 cents, it's itemized.
Yeah, and the annual revenue budget, so.
That's good.
Yeah, it's real good.
I was thinking like, are we gonna have like 50 pages of receipts here?
Yeah,
That's
it- that's, so hopefully the process will be approached in good faith and people will working together and
And you want itemized cost estimates for capital budget, item B?
If you want it, I don't.
I would think you would want it.
Yeah, if you want to put itemized there, I mean,
I think
council does
you
have to.
want an itemized capital spending request by each department and itemized cost estimates, I would think.
Okay, that's capital budget A and B, would put itemized.
I don't know if the tax budget needs to be itemized, does it? Cause if, so back to the beginning of Guy's additions, section 1, second highlight, council will be provided an estimated annual tax budget by the time of. I don't know if revenues budgets
Well,
are itemized.
Wouldn't the estimated tax budget take into account funding coming in from different kinds of taxes? So I think you want it itemized to show property taxes versus,
All your sources of revenue.
No, I'm sorry, but that's specifically not what happens in June. What happens in June is only what the county's responsible for, which is property taxes.
okay,
Oh, you're right, cause the annual tax, this is specific to the tax.
This is, and all the,
We don't have any other taxes coming directly from Cleveland Heights, right, outside of property tax?
well, you have income
Income.
tax.
income tax.
I mean, now we're saying that they have to give us an itemized,
Well,
do you see what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just being careful about what we're.
in reference to what comes in June, I would hesitate to use the word itemized because I think the format and the submission is all defined by the county. The county says you will give me this information, okay? So I wouldn't want to change any of that. When it comes to anything that has to do with after the county tax budget is dealt with, then it becomes what the city's doing. And so the city can choose. The city will have fees. They have income tax, they have fees for services, many other sources of revenue, grants, et cetera. So yeah, you want it itemized if you want.
I have no idea.
I'm saying,
Well, but you're saying, Guy, you don't need it in this second yellow paragraph.
I believe so. I believe that's the case. We do
In the
not.
third yellow paragraph, at the end, it says appropriate measure. Should that be appropriation measure? Annual appropriation measure?
Yeah, I guess, yes.
Appropriation.
It's appropriation.
Okay. So we can ask Lee to put this into the right paragraph numbering format. Anybody have any other comments, questions, edits?
We've been there, but I think mid-November to mid-December is just a terrible time crunch to be doing this. And I appreciate what Guy said about changing the date will mess up things for staff in all sorts of ways, but I would really like to see this presented by the first meeting in November, just to give everybody a little bit more time, but I know we've had this discussion, a concern.
Well, I kind of agree with that. Is there, I mean, I think your most compelling argument was that it would disrupt so many people and so many things. I mean, can you elaborate on that?
Well, I
If we're
think-
talking about 2 additional weeks.
Okay, so I think a more compelling argument would be that Tony Kuder wasn't really terribly firm about it, all right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd all like to have more time to do everything we do, but it wasn't a real clear, powerful statement on his part. It was nice to have, would be to have the information sooner. But it's, you know, we can define it as
Well,
we
but
wish.
would 2 weeks be super disruptive if we said by the first meeting in November? I think 6
Can I-
weeks makes more sense.
Would it be, what I would like to be able to get is feedback from the city, from the mayor's office, before we would put that into the charter, all right?
And maybe
So,
more than one council person too.
Sure,
Let me make a suggestion.
Yeah.
That if you send an email, another email to the finance person, and you say in the subject line, what do you think about moving up the deadline to November 1st? You may get an answer faster.
Yeah.
okay.
That might get her attention.
I mean, I think it's worth making a motion to change section 1 budget as proposed by Guy and amended today pending format review, final format review, not being an issue or whatever. I don't know how to say that last part. Anybody?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Well, and then at the same time, can Dee check with the finance director to see if moving it up a week or 2 weeks?
I mean, I think we should make a vote on it today, and if we shouldn't, I mean, that's fine. I feel like we should take some action. Okay.
I'm just saying.
Oh, I see what you're
We
saying.
can accept it, but I'd still like to get the input, because then we can
Yeah,
go
yeah,
back and change it if we need to.
I got it.
Moving forward, but still giving us the opportunity to get more information and revise it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, there's
Yeah, I'm following you.
there's a bunch of revisions, some very minor, but some, and visually, again, it would be so nice to see it.
So we will vote to accept this with the current amendments pending the revision in format and further information from the finance.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If that's okay with John.
Is that basically what you were saying, John?
Yeah.
Would like to move that, whatever?
I will.
So Jonathan made that motion.
Okay, I'll second it.
All right, so Juice seconds the motion. Do we have any further discussion?
I mean, my only discussion piece is, I really don't think we should have sustainability in there, and
Why not?
it feels, there's a lot of weight to it, and even the words we used are somewhat vague. And we're tacking onto a finance section, and it just feels awkward to me to be putting it in here. And I mean, all this is adding, this kind of reminds me of like a complete streets ordinance. It's like they had to put a commentary on sustainability, cool, but doesn't mean or do anything. It just creates more work. Like, we're gonna do this, we'll repave the roads. Well, is anyone gonna say the fact that they use diesel or oil on the asphalt and the environmental impact with runoff? No. But we still let it happen. So, I mean, there's a lot of instances where it's like,
Actually, I think they might say, yeah, I mean,
I have very few jurisdictions, like, I think Portland, Oregon off the top of my head was the only one, and I'm not extremely well versed, but like a lot of cities have done like complete streets ordinances and stuff, but they're like suggestions. They're kind of like the EPA's environmental protection, like a NEPA. It's just how are you gonna hurt the environment and how are you gonna mitigate it? But mitigation doesn't mean you're not gonna do it. So so with this, it's kind of, I mean, it's a nice idea, you know, a commentary on how the plan addresses the the community and the region of which part it's in, the sustainability of the community, even with the clarification, I feel opens up a large can of worms that isn't well understood.
Jonathan, if we amended that to say an optional commentary,
No.
No.
Can I,
Well, you know what you said just sparked me thinking, you know, when you're giving examples, I think it makes a difference, like the city, but, you know, if you had to consider sustainability, you might mix salt with sand as opposed to just salting the streets and destroying the environment. You know, that would come under
that's where it
rules.
comes in, that's where.
But if you don't have this, you could just keep salting and ruining all the,
Well, Emma,
you know.
but see, that would never come up because it's not a capital project. So if we wanted to apply to everything, then it should be the operating and the capital. Because salt is an operating expense. I'm being,
It's
No,
not,
it's-
no,
why would,
it's only in
Were
the
you
capital.
intending it to only relate to capital, or is it relate to the budget
What kind
plan
of expense would
in
it be?
general?
Operating.
It's, the way it's written is it applies to
Oh,
capital, alright, because capital is your long-term investments.
So the response I would make to that is that, for instance, it could apply in the context of something like, should we work out an arrangement to use the pool at the high school versus building a new pool?
See, that's still operating, that's not a
No,
capital.
that's a
No,
capital
that's
budget.
capital.
If you're gonna build a new pool,
Oh, if you're gonna build a new pool, yes, I'm sorry. If you end up doing just like using, but when you put the capital budget forward, you're not contemplating that in the capital budget. You're either putting in for a new pool or not. And then with this, you would get a sustainability statement, because that a new pool is a capital project.
okay,
Absolutely.
So the one point I would make is something somewhere along the line, ranked choice voting was featured as Cleveland Heights can be one of the first. We do that sort of thing in life. We were the nuclear-free zone, all right? So in the same way, I mean, this provision will be given the attention that it can be given within our administration, but it would signal to others and to ourselves that this is important to us.
And then one more, and the region of which it is a part. What do you mean by region? Are you talking Northeast Ohio? Are you talking the city? Are you talking the neighborhood? Are you
Do you
talking the
feel it's-
community, the block,
I feel it's important to define that more carefully.
I'm just saying the way it's written, yeah, because, I mean, oh, Jesus, I can't remember what it is, water runoff from roads. Not just stormwater runoff, but, or moving a river or whatever.
yeah.
It will
flooding,
affect, like, we could screw Cincinnati, depending on how or what you do.
Right.
So what do you mean by, because also the region of, okay, that's not gonna hurt Cleveland
I'd say
Heights.
northeast Ohio.
Can my understanding would be that it's contextual with whatever the investment that's being made, okay? Some investments are gonna have an impact, I would call it, quote, more locally. It would be Cleveland Heights, maybe a couple of adjoining cities. Other investments could actually have, because of water runoff, for example, other investments could have impact beyond us. So the region for that purpose would be different. So it's hard to just specify what that region means here.
And my feeling of it is, without some specificity, we can have a really short scope and still do damage in social, economic, and environmental.
Right, which is where I think we have to rely on the good faith of the people who are operating the city, or managing the city, to give it an appropriate
Yeah,
interpretation.
that is a very good point.
yeah, the context point is.
It's in the appropriate region.
Oh, please,
No, just kidding.
I understand, appropriate. But before we do vote, if I might, Jonathan, you had said before you wanted to bring the first sentence of the existing charter content and bring it
I'm wondering,
forward.
do we need to say that we use a budget system? I mean,
It's up to you all.
we did in 2022.
Yes,
Yeah, so I'm just like,
We can just put it right after that.
yeah, we could just, exactly, yeah, you can just bring the sentence over.
yeah, it could go there. I will be honest, as a finance person, when I look at and I see budget system, I'm very unclear what they're trying to say.
So, there's, but
Okay, so
That's a good point.
I didn't feel it contributed anything to the
Yeah.
content, so I didn't.
Yeah, what
include
is
it.
a budget system?
I don't know. I mean, it is not a generally accepted term in accounting or financial planning, so I don't know what it would.
I mean, all I can think is that the city has to budget, would be my guess.
You have to have a budget.
You have to have a
You have
budget.
to have a budget, okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know the state like has to have a balanced budget because it's appropriation based. You can't spend more than you technically have, so it has to like equal itself, which is really weird from a budget perspective.
Sure.
Because you never get to see when you go negative, so you don't know where the problems are.
Yeah.
If you're always going to zero. just weird stuff like that.
But I guess if it's not a typical accounting term, I don't know why we would wanna use it.
I don't,
And I think is a great point, there you go.
It could easily be added to the first yellow sentence at the start if people.
No, there doesn't seem to be any.
Jonathan saying, don't worry.
Yeah, I'm Jonathan saying, don't worry.
All right.
All right, so are we ready to vote? People ready to vote? Any more discussion? Okay. So the motion, just to restate, is
I can hear your turn.
that we approve Dee's draft with today's edits on the screen, subject to formatting review, and with the caveat that we're gonna get the finance department input on whether we could, whether they could manage having a November 1 deadline instead of a November 15 deadline to kick off this wonderful process.
And
That's
also
the
to
motion.
talk to more council members. Well, that's not.
All right, so all those in favor, please raise your hand. So we've got 1 to 5 in favor, against? Abstaining? Okay.
All right. Thank you for your work on this, Steve.
Yeah, this is a lot of work.
Thank you for your expertise.
you're welcome and
Great to have a CPA on the team.
Are you a
We're really
CPA?
good in trouble.
Mercy.
I am a CPA, but I didn't do that work in my life, my career.
You have the training.
Several other things, well, related,
But you're a CPA and I took 1 semester of accounting in college, so you're way more.
I didn't take any.
Don't even ask me why I took it. I have no idea, but I did.
Why would you take?
I have no idea. I was a sociology major. Why did I have no
I
idea.
didn't even know they had college courses in accounting
Yeah,
Yeah,
unless
they
you
do.
were.
I've taken accounting 101.
Everybody should take a statistics class, they tell me.
I did that too.
I didn't do
That's another, I could tell you another story about that on another time. When we're on a break, I'll tell you about that. Okay, just to
Public
say it
meeting.
didn't go well. So we are down to
6F.
6F.
Yeah.
Moving right along. All right,
Yeah.
so we have a decision to make about where we're gonna have our meeting on May 21st. So to review the options. We can have it here in the city council chambers with seating for likely 50 members of the public. Or we could have it at the library in their 2 adjoining conference rooms. And Guy, Drew, what do we think that seats?
I'd say 75 at least.
Okay.
At least.
So, and thank you for checking that
Yes,
out
thank you,
with
Drew.
them. So what Lee said was that from the IT perspective, Steve prefers that we have it in council chambers because the system's already set up, but
Steve is,
Barker, he's the IT guy.
okay.
But we could do it in the library, he could set the stuff up in the library. So, my theory is that we wanna have, a comfortable meeting setup for purposes of interaction with the folks who come to talk to us. And I find the council chambers setup, first of all, I think it could be a little crowded, but I think it's just the visual of us being on a dais, it just doesn't feel collaborative. And you know, Harry had suggested, well, can't we put a table for us to sit at? I think that takes away a row of seats. So, you know, much as I would like to accommodate Steve, because I don't relish giving him extra work and I appreciate all of his support. But I really think for the benefit of the public, it makes more sense to have it at the library. But what do you all think?
Agreed.
I find council chambers claustrophobic even when it's just a standard meeting. It's like everybody squeezing into those chairs and trying to get up
Yeah,
to the
it's really
podium and that kind of
squeezed.
thing. So I'm for the library, even though the library will be more of a long rectangle kind of a thing, and we'll have to figure out where we should, I would say central, you know, not at either end, but central, so that, but still, it's, I think it's much more
Right.
flexible.
Can I just offer, I know that's the way it's usually set up, but there isn't any reason why we couldn't put ourselves along the long wall and then have everybody around us
That's
basically,
what I'm saying.
which doesn't, which
Yeah.
wouldn't have that,
Yeah, that's
you're
right.
so far away from the
We could
people.
have the seating
Yeah,
kind of in a U.
Yeah, like, in other words, it would
Yeah,
be,
that.
we'd be against the wall that
Yeah.
faces the parking lot.
The parking lot, the parking lot.
This is the Cedar Lee
Yes.
Yeah.
Lee branch.
Road Library.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
The only thing for that is that they, like the audio visual aspect is set up to project onto the short wall. So if we
We can
wanted to
still-
have,
We can still project on the
Any-
short wall and be
that's true.
on the long wall.
Well, and I wonder out loud, one of the main purposes of this is engaging the public on the document, not just presenting to them.
Yeah.
That if, you know, I mean, I guess taking it in, it's like the,
Yeah, so what I envision is that we will have a short PowerPoint presentation that will involve me just kind of high level saying, here's our process, here's the kind of categories of changes that we did. And then we would open it up for comment. And we would have already posted the report and the draft. We would have hard copies available on site for people who like to have a piece of paper in their hand. And we would then just say, okay, open mic, who has a comment? And see what people want to talk about. So it's possible that at that point, we should be prepared if somebody wanted to talk about a particular section to put it on the screen because it will facilitate the discussion. But, you know, we're not gonna go through it page by page.
yeah,
But I think I think the slide thing shouldn't be super brief. It should cover the bases of the changes that we're proposing. I mean, it should
Well, they will have a
cover the
paper-
waterfront or,
They will have a paper copy if they.
yeah, but that's different. If they see it on a screen, it'll stimulate, you know, their thinking, I think, better than something on a big thick sheet of paper.
so just really quick, so we're set on Lee Road?
Well, we haven't finished,
Okay, just double check.
we could call the question whenever people want to, but
Can I just chime in? If we had 37 possibilities and I was doing ranked choice voting on where we should go, the chamber, what is it called? Chamber.
City council.
city council
The
change.
city council chamber would be number 37. Okay, I mean, I'd almost want to.
Let's vote on the
anywhere else.
location, but I think we should discuss, maybe not today, but what the content of it. I mean,
Okay, so
these are just the
Yeah,
changes.
I will make a motion to go to the library.
I'll second that, okay.
Any further discussion on that? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we settle that. Now, in terms of the,
Following up on that, will you then convey to whomever that they need to get in touch with the library and get it for free?
can I ask you to follow up with Lee on that? Just
Okay.
send him an email and say, this is what we decided, please
You'll get there.
arrange it, you know, please make the arrangements.
Make it so.
And let Steve know.
Thank you.
So, in terms of what we do at the meeting, I guess my only comment, Harriet, is that, we start the meeting at 6. The library reservation system contemplates 6 to 8. We can try to get it to 8:30, and you might ask him to ask for that too, because I think if the city asks, they'll do it.
And we're booked in to start at 5:30, so we will have half an hour.
Then that's important, thank you for doing
Yeah,
that.
You're gonna be talking to Lee or to
He's gonna send an email to Lee.
Lee?
We've already got the reservation at the library from 5:30 to 8, but we wanna get it to 8:30. So,
We get it for free.
yeah, so we're hoping that the city qualifies to get it for free, but if they don't, the city will pay for it. So it's not like we have to come out of pocket here. So for purposes of the presentation, because we're providing the report and the documents in advance, I don't know that it's great for us to take up a lot of time for us talking. I think the purpose of the meeting is for the public to talk. Now, if people don't show up to talk, you know, and we got dead space, we could certainly talk. But I don't wanna contemplate a long presentation by us because I don't think that's why people are coming.
Well, I'm not saying long presentation, I'm saying not super short. I think we could have a 15-minute presentation or a
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not thinking 3 minutes, it's, you know, probably 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's like, we changed things. Any questions?
No, we wouldn't do that.
We're changing a few things and keeping many things. Any
Yeah.
questions?
Yeah, exactly.
Would it be a good thing to do to, as people come, to have a form they could fill out to say, we would like to talk about such and such, so we could quickly pull it together or even
Good
explicit
idea.
that?
We could, you know, we
That's a good idea.
certainly could do this. So I think that's a good idea. We could ask people to register. And on the registration form, we could say, if there are particular topics you contemplate you would like to ask questions about, what are they? And so we have a little bit of an idea of, you know, if there are a lot of people interested in this versus that, we could be better prepared to handle questions and maybe give that a little bit more time in our overview. That's a good idea.
Could we do that?
But what about that night?
We could ask them as they come in as well, but you know, how are you gonna process it?
Yeah, it's very hard, you know, you only have a few minutes then.
Well, we could put it on the form, I mean, there's
We could ask
there's
people
ways
to
you could
sign
process
in.
it
We could ask them to
relatively easy.
sign
You could have
in.
columns, and if one column gets a lot of stuff in it, then we know that that's a big concern. I mean, I'm guessing that RCV is gonna be a big area of concern because people don't know about it, they're interested in it, they've heard good things about it, but they don't really get
Well,
it.
see, and what I'm anticipating though too is people are gonna come and say, I support RCV, or I wanna talk about section 3, line 2, and like get really either in the weeds or just like a general statement.
Yeah, I suspect that, I think there will be people who have detailed comments. I'm pretty confident they'll send us an email with a lot of comments.
Maybe not, maybe not.
But, you know, no, it could go both ways, but what I would suggest is to gather the information. I have two things going here. We would ask on the RSVP form, we could have a sign-in form where we could indicate, list any topics you're particularly interested in. We could certainly do that, but I think it's a little bit of a scramble to get the information as they're walking in the door. You know, in terms of adapting the presentation, but you know, it doesn't hurt to
Well, I
ask.
think we should try to anticipate because, for instance, this is an example of the importance of anticipation. There are people out in the public who really want districts and wards. I mean, they want that, and we're not even speaking to that. So it'd be nice. I'm assuming people are going to show up and say, "Why didn't you do this?" And so I think it would be important for us to be able to anticipate what we're gonna get, because that's the kind of thing that we're not even touching, we're not speaking to, but people might have questions about.
I would object to saying we're not discussing it, because we do have to say in the report, we talked about it, but we decided not to do it. We decided not to do it because we decided to advocate for ranked choice voting, and we felt that we would rather put our efforts on that, and then we didn't want to pursue both. So we're not gonna say nothing about it.
But the point is, I mean, I think our report is gonna be probably this, or this, what,
maybe
something
25
more than an eighth of an inch thick.
25 pages.
And people are not going to read it before they
That's
come.
okay.
Well,
So, I mean, I think people are gonna come, and I hope they do come, they're gonna come without having read or seen anything, because they're interested.
I'd like
So-
to suggest if we do send out a sign up kind of thing and we get input about topics kind of thing, if Linda or somebody could prepare a slide that says, these are the topics that we heard from people about, anything else that people would like to discuss tonight, so that we could get it live rather than signing in and trying to process that quickly. We have a slide saying, these are the topics that people wanted to be discussed tonight. Any other topics from people here who didn't have a chance to pre-register or that sort of thing? Does that make sense, Linda?
Well, I think it makes more sense to ask people to put it on the sign-in form, and then I'll look at that as we're starting the program, because otherwise we're gonna have 15 minutes with people raising their hand and giving
Yeah,
us
no,
topics.
yeah,
Okay,
plus,
if you-
if they weren't prepared
That's okay.
coming in, they're not gonna be any more
Okay,
prepared.
Okay, let me kind of wrap this up then.
Yeah.
If that works better for you, that's great kind of thing. So just but I don't know if the slide makes sense or you just want to do it verbally.
And let me also suggest that, you know, there are parts of the report that I consider a little specialized, you know, so you two are working on the ranked choice voting and you're working on the finance and budgeting. So somebody has a question about that, you could lead the response to that question. So you two can work out how you want to handle that. But I think it would work better if you had, you know, you could give some thought to what questions might come up and how you would want to answer them so that you're better prepared to do it succinctly. And
Right.
The other thing that I think we want to be careful about is to say to people, you know, we don't want 18 people coming to the microphone with the same comments. So if somebody comes to, let's say somebody comes to the microphone and says, I'm really in favor of ranked choice voting, I love this. We could just say, okay, how many other people here agree with that? And just do a show of hands instead of having all those people go to the mic one at a time.
Right.
We could do that and see how it works out. If somebody has a different nuance they want to emphasize, I wouldn't preclude them from talking, but I'm just saying that in order to be sure that we cover a variety of topics, we would want to avoid having half an hour taken up with repetitive comments on that, or half an hour of repetitive comments on why people like the idea of electing city council by a hybrid.
I think we should also, at a meeting close to the event, try to anticipate, given, we'll have a better sense of what it is we're presenting to everybody. We should try to anticipate where people are gonna have, I think we could do a pretty good job of anticipating where people are, what the either controversial things we're proposing, or the new things we're proposing, or the things that the things that require more explanation. So we should anticipate ahead of time. And I think to some extent, the slides ought to be based on that kind of anticipation, that we're pretty sure we're gonna have a lot of interest or a lot of questions. So there's interest areas, there's question areas,
Well, I think if people sign in ahead of time and send in their questions, I think that will give us a good sense of, because those will be the most engaged people, the ones who take the trouble to sign in ahead of time and give us some feedback. And
sign in online before the
yes,
event.
exactly, and possibly, I don't know if our inbox will ever get more stuff, but there'll be that too.
Yeah, let me also suggest that, I think we have to be thoughtful about the amount of time that we have and how we want to use the time. So what I sent out contemplated a format that would allow somebody to make a comment, and it's, I think, 3 or 4 minutes per person maximum. So they can make a comment, and then it contemplates that if somebody on the commission had a follow-up question, you could ask that, and then they would have a minute to respond. But I think we want to be careful about getting into extended dialogues on a particular topic, because it's going to foreclose covering other topics. And because we only have 2.5 hours, I think we want to be fair to the people who come and be sure that we have enough time to hear from a multitude of people on a multitude of topics.
And you said what I sent out, what did you send out? You said what I sent out?
I sent it out in either an email or an agenda, but I think it was last time I shared that,
Okay.
but it went out. Yes, Drew?
And I think part of our presentation would be what happens next, so the public knows
Oh,
that
yeah.
these go to the council, and it's the council they need to lobby if they're particularly passionate about certain issues, kind of thing, so that we give them, like, here's your next step if you want to stay engaged with this charter revision thing, here's where it's going next.
That's on the list I sent out.
Can you, when did you send this list out, Linda, because I didn't see it? What, last week?
I do not remember the date of all my emails.
What was it, what was it, what was the
It was
topic?
probably within the last week to 10 days. I think I sent an agenda and I included it in the email transmitting the agenda.
Agenda for the public meeting.
For one of our meetings. One of our meetings.
Oh,
Just in terms of following up on what you're saying there, I think what we wanna do is not appear to be closing down conversation,
Oh, yeah.
but instead invite people to say, we have meetings scheduled, they're posted on the city website, there's a public comment section of each of our meetings, please come and join us, something of that nature.
so, this is included in something that has agenda in the title, right?
I'll look for it, okay, and see if I can find it.
So our action items,
I can resend it to everybody.
That would be
No
helpful.
problem.
I get in touch with Lee to do the arranging with the library about getting for no fee kind of thing. Guy was gonna be working on a flyer.
Yeah, let me ask a question about that. So Guy, do you have a draft?
I don't, because I thought that we need to have that in action 2 weeks before the meeting.
Right.
And then I thought I would have it available for review a week or two before that, which still puts me at after today.
Well, what I would like to do is, I would like to ask the city to publicize it several times in the newsletter. Now, I don't know whether they will, but I wanna ask. So, and then we need to get it posted. So I guess what I would ask is, do you think we could get a draft early next week?
Yes,
So we could have it finalized by the time we meet next Saturday?
sure.
And by the way, the Observer is fine, the Observer changes are fine by Monday, and they're even fine up until, she said April 30th, but she's gonna do her first round sending to whatever on Monday and Tuesday, she's gonna prepare things. But even if we have a change after that, it could be, I told her I'd get back to her Monday, about, the location, so that's easy to do.
Okay.
But we do have up until April 30th if we wanna change that.
Okay, so I wanna also mention that Guy had suggested that the flyer he's going to prepare for this meeting will kind of sort of have the same look as the prior one, but obviously with updated information. So, you know, maybe people will recognize.
Yes, my intention would be to have very similar colors, but maybe if I can get a border on it, which has a different color, so it'll be clearly a different poster.
A
but it'll
border would be
similar.
nice.
That's what I'm trying.
A border would be very nice, cause when you, there's all these bulletin boards and all these businesses, and if it has a border around it, man, that would really be a good idea, really a good idea.
Okay.
I feel that this time around, we don't need to set up a voicemail box. But, you know, because that was a lot of work kind of thing, and then we had to put the information on the flyer. But if people think it's worthwhile this time, but I think basically they just need to come to the session.
Well, we didn't get any calls last month.
We didn't get any calls, we got 0
Yeah.
calls.
Yeah, so let's not,
Well, the stakes are a little different this time, right? Because this is when the results are being presented. To be honest with you, to me, it's it's costless, it doesn't require anything more than
It's fine
making
to
the phone
do it.
number available.
Yeah.
We'll just follow.
Well, and it's
is it yours, wasn't it yours?
It's a Google Voice number that it's in my name.
I think it's a good idea to do it only in the sense that it's an accommodation for those people who don't use computers and, you know, an attempt to be inclusive.
All right, so it'll be a phone number. Do we also want the
Same thing?
QR code?
I think so.
Well, the QR code is how we ask people to register.
Yeah, but see, then we're also assuming that everybody has a cell phone or knows how to scan QR codes kind of thing, so.
Is there another way to register besides the QR code?
By phone.
Yeah.
Oh, but not by email or,
Well,
Well, we have an
we
email.
have the email
I don't know about the
so
email.
they could register through the email?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, so I think it's important to have something besides a QR code
Yeah,
Okay,
to
well,
register.
yeah, absolutely.
I made the QR code, I think. I don't remember, but anyway, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So, any volunteers to post posters around town?
I'll do it again with you, that was fun.
Yeah.
And it'll be warmer, but probably raining.
Anybody else? Anybody else wanna help Harry and Guy with posters?
We could use a little bit more help actually, cause it's a lot of business areas.
Okay, well, think about it, folks, and if you wanna volunteer, let them know.
Yeah, what's the soonest they'll be available?
Well, if we agree on what it is by next Saturday,
Okay.
it'll be next Saturday, we'll have, Lee will probably be able to.
But we won't be doing it next Saturday.
No, I'm saying,
Well, okay.
you're asking when it'll be available, probably by
Okay.
early the following week, we could have copies.
Okay, so I was just trying to think about it.
Thank you.
Alright, so,
And the city does these, so we don't have to have a union bug on them, is that right? The city does,
It's
They print
published,
it in-house.
it's just photocopied, I mean, it's just a
It's in-house.
photocopy, it's not,
it's in-house, yeah,
it's in-house.
but you can ask Lee to put at the bottom of it, printed in-house.
they should.
Okay,
Okay, can I suggest we take a short break?
What,
Well, it's 1:10, can we have a break
are we
till
done with this
1:20?
we're done with this section?
Yeah,
think
we're on
so.
to new business.
Unless anybody has anything else they wanna
Well,
talk about.
Don't we do we have status of draft meeting segments?
Well, I already made a comment about that earlier, that I just,
Get it done.
please don't give it to me on May 14th.
Yeah.
I want it by the end of the month,
So, by, and, wait,
end of April.
so wait, I'm not clear, we're not gonna discuss this as a group, or you just want?
Well, I think you have to submit a draft and then we can discuss it, but it's gotta get folded into the overall report. And my main message is, I don't want it on May 14th at 5 o'clock.
Oh, no, I'm not, I'm sorry, I was misreading, I meant the further discussion of the format of the meeting, it's the public meeting.
No.
I will prepare a draft of what the slides are gonna look like, so you can comment on whether you want the slides to be any different.
Okay.
I'll try to get that done for our next meeting. But I'll try.
Well, or we could, as a group, just figure out
I'm
what
not
it's
gonna
like.
sit in a meeting and discuss drafting slides here. I am not gonna do that.
Okay, you don't have to
I'm not gonna do that.
snippy, okay. But if some of us want input into what slides.
I will
what should
present
we
them
do?
and you can give us comments
Well,
on it.
and also,
But I just don't think we wanna sit and start drafting from scratch in a meeting.
yeah, but if anyone feels
Yeah, but-
strongly about a slide, you could
Yeah,
send a
I
draft to
mean,
Linda.
Knock yourself out.
Yeah.
don't you think that we as a group should discuss
We will review the slides.
after
We are
she's
gonna discuss
done the work,
And
but
we can add slides.
Harriet, there's not gonna be that many slides. You know, and I will say that when you do a PowerPoint presentation, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, because people do this differently, I don't think you should put a lot of words on a slide. It's gotta be very limited words, concepts, you know, not a whole lot of detail. And, cause I think a slide that's wall-to-wall words, nobody could read it anyway.
no, well,
It's not
okay,
helpful.
that goes without saying, so,
Well, not necessarily.
well, I'm not proposing a slide with a lot of words. I'm just proposing that we
So
discuss
are we
as a
broken
group.
right now?
No.
Okay.
I wanted to take a break, but
Well,
we
we
haven't
could,
yet started our break.
we haven't finished this section yet.
Yeah.
So I would just, it seems to me that instead of you preparing the slides, we should discuss as a group what the slides should be comprised of.
Let me suggest that you could look at the slides that were used for the 2019 presentation, which are on the website, and see if that level of detail satisfies you or not. I don't think the slides really need to get into a lot of detail because we don't wanna spend that much time in the presentation with us doing the talking. The purpose of it really, the purpose of the meeting is to let the public give us input. And I recognize that everybody may not read the report, but I don't wanna have lots of slides or detailed slides to try to function the same way the
I'm not-
report would.
That's not what I'm, my point isn't how many slides or how few, my point is, shouldn't we as a group discuss what the slides should cover?
I'd like to make a motion that Linda prepare some slides and bring them to our next meeting, if that's a good time frame for you. And we have a discussion about those slides seem adequate or not, or if they need any adjustments at that time. Would the next Saturday be a good time frame for you?
Sure.
Okay, so I move that we have Linda bring a presentation, her slides, her suggested slides, and we have a discussion about that.
I'll second that.
Meeting.
Any further discussion?
The only thing with the discussion is, I would think it would just be important to note that by having that, we have something to chew on,
Oh, yeah.
and then we can have discussion.
Yeah,
Right.
you'll have it in advance, so
Yeah.
you can come to the meeting prepared to discuss it.
It's just
See if
more
you like the
work for you.
approach, you don't like the approach, but I don't think the slides are gonna be a vehicle for providing tons of information,
This question,
quantity wise.
Well,
is that on your timetable? Are you comfortable?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
I would speak for the rest of us to say, if you don't get to it, it's okay.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
No, I'll do it.
No, I'm just saying.
Oh no, if you don't do it, then we're extending this
You're gonna fire me? If I don't do it, will you fire me?
No, promise?
just goes longer.
Do you want any input into that?
No, I would like to just prepare a draft and then I'll share them. You can provide all the input you want.
Well, I may give you some input.
Okay, so can I call the question if we're finished, if we discuss? So should Linda be making a draft set of slides? I call the question,
Do we have a
please.
second?
We
No,
did,
It's a
yeah.
second.
They already seconded
I
it.
moved,
We're voting.
Jonathan
Yeah,
seconded.
Drew made it, I seconded.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Then
I move we take a break. Till 1:30,
works for me.
1:28.
Yeah, 10-minute break. Is that okay?
Yeah, that works.
Thank you. I'd like to propose that given where we are on timing and given the things we have left to do, that we cover next, we skip the things that Craig was working on, go to the land acknowledgement and proceed from there. And then if we have time left after we finish the rest of the new business, we can circle back and, maybe cover the
Okay.
removal stuff, but I'm just concerned about how much time we're gonna need to talk about buckets.
Yeah,
And we don't wanna shortchange that.
I only have a comment in passing, which was that I noticed in Craig's language, there's a lot
No,
of
it's
electors
search I
and
budgets.
canvassing.
Oh, I don't have you on
So
it.
he's
Well, we'll
gotta-
talk about
he
that.
needs to,
There you go.
this might be something to
Yeah, and then just
Have the-
download it.
check out.
He has, and I can explain
Oh,
that to you when
in
we get to
Craig's-
that.
okay.
That way if we make any.
That's the only that's
They
one
have a
thing.
separate copy from
Skip
them.
over.
Oh,
Craig's.
are you logged into Dropbox on this? Can you go to that?
Yeah. It should-
Cause I
it should-
have a Word document.
Oh, okay, yeah, it should go, yep. There you go, first one,
Yeah. This.
thanks. And you can make that big, that'd be great, and then, perfect, that way, yeah, if any changes need to happen.
I'm gonna walk up here and look at this, cause I haven't seen this.
Yeah, so it's in your emails if you have, devices that you wanna look at them, or, okay, so I have over the past week consulted with Cynthia Connolly, who is the chair of the executive board of the Lake Erie Native American Council. She's also the director of programming at the City Club, and wrote their land acknowledgement. And I've also been talking with Sundance, who is the executive director of the Cleveland American Indian Movement. So from them, I got guidance on what a land acknowledgement should contain. Scroll up here. What a land acknowledgement should contain, what spirit it should be written in, what its purposes should be, and kind of what effects it should have. I also received guidance from them on the specific groups who were in Cleveland Heights or Northeast Ohio who could be named, right? So this land acknowledgement, the city of Cleveland Heights recognizes that the land incorporated as our city was stolen by the United States government through forced displacement and treaties negotiated in bad faith. We express our gratitude for the indigenous peoples whose traditional stewardship of this land makes our residence possible, including members of the groups Mingo, Wyandotte, Lenape, known as the Delaware and Munsee, Seneca, Cayuga, Oneida, Mohawk, Abenaki, Ottawa, Ojibwe, and Mohican. May this acknowledgement demonstrate a commitment to working to dismantle the ongoing legacies and inequities of settler colonialism and recognize the current and future contributions of the indigenous members of our community who continue to call Cleveland Heights home. So I base this not just on the words that the conversations that I had with Cynthia and Sundance, but also with regional samples, which I've compiled from the City Club, where I got some of the language of forced displacement, treaties negotiated in bad faith, Case Western Reserve. Now, Case Western references the specific treaty that was negotiated in bad faith, Treaty of Greenville in 1795. So I've also done research into that, which I'll get to in a moment. But so we also have the Cleveland Museum of Art's land acknowledgement, which talks about derivations of names. In last week's city council meeting, the poet laureate of Cleveland Heights mentioned that Cuyahoga means jawbone. So much of our names are taken from native languages. I also think that what Cleveland Museum of Art talks about making the land acknowledgement active by using this as a pledge to include native perspectives and experiences. The Cleveland Institute of Art also talks about this in their What is CIA Doing section, right? So how to build partnerships. They have really specific actionable potential scholarships for Native students, which is interesting. The Cleveland Foundation also has the land acknowledgements rather briefer. So then we also have city government samples. So New York City and Denver are the two largest metropolitan areas that I pulled these out of. New York City had a specific commission on human rights, which created this land acknowledgement for the city. Which I'm just gonna keep scrolling past this, and you can delve into these maybe a little bit more, but Denver also has one. One thing that,
This looks like this is where you grabbed some of your language.
that's right, I did copy that, I copy and paste that, so, we can, I think the one thing that was really emphasized to me by Cynthia and by Sundance was the importance of incorporating the current Native populations and not just saying this is something that happened 200 years ago and all these people are gone and we're sorry, but rather that there actually, so Cynthia said to me that that she knows specifically that there are indigenous families living in Cleveland Heights. All right, and so one thing that we want to be careful to avoid is to be otherizing those folks and making them feel apart from our community. We really want to be rather calling them in.
And I would point people's attention to that middle paragraph there.
Yeah, so, yeah, talking about the stewardship of the land, elders, past, present, and future. And then also, yeah, the government, academic and cultural institutions that are founded upon continue to enact exclusions and erasers, right? I kind of covered that with my legacies of the inequities of Southern colonialism, but we could also include some of this other language instead. So then I also did research into these treaties and into the historical context. I won't have you guys read all this because it's a little bit dense, but let me just give you the quick highlight from National Park Service, from the Encyclopedia Britannica. We basically, in 1650, and also some of this is coming from the Cleveland Museum of Natural History, in 1650, the native people who had been living on this land for hundreds of years fled west based because of the violence they were already starting to experience, disease. We don't know who the native tribes were who lived on this period prior to 1650. There's just no records of that. So for a time, Northeast Ohio and Cleveland Heights was unoccupied by native peoples. But as the groups that I mentioned and the groups that Sundance mentions right here, that's where I got the groups from, specifically from what Sundance told me here. These groups, like for example, the Delaware, were East Coast native tribes who were displaced by the United States settlers, pushed west, so they came to Ohio. So they were then in Ohio for some time, and so, but then they were displaced again, right? So, but the people that we know who were here were these groups who were initially displaced and pushed west, paused, and then were pushed out again, forced out again.
The Muncie were pushed out of what's now Massachusetts. We have a Stockbridge Muncie group now. They were forcibly relocated, and as Graham said, they were pushed every time the whites wanted to move in. The Native Americans were pushed out. Is it Abneki? I've seen it Abenaki, but it's like Sundance seems to say Abneki.
And yeah,
Abenaki, I thought Abenaki.
I think that's how it's pronounced.
Abenaki.
Yeah, I'm not.
But I think it's spelled A-B-A-N or A-B-E-N-A-K-I.
Mahik in there specifically, so
Mahik.
presumably is it Sundance a she?
He.
Does correct Mike.
Yeah, I found language online that's found that spelling correctly, but did pronounce it Abenaki. So,
Oh, okay.
but we can definitely revisit that. So I found this talking about now the Treaty of Greenville. This map I found very helpful. So in the Treaty of Greenville, a number of different tribes fought, like warriors and chieftains fought the United States military under General Wayne, who was in the 1790s in charge, commissioned to lead the U.S. military. So
That Mad Anthony Wayne?
That's
Yes.
right, that's exactly
Guy.
right. Yeah.
Guy.
So he led this campaign and suffered some losses, but ultimately defeated them militarily. There was I think in Ohio, I forget exactly where, but there was an instance where the U.S. military executed 90 indigenous
Ganaden Hooten.
women and children. They just executed the entire village. This treaty was signed. There was a lot of debate among the indigenous leaders about whether or not that should be signed. There was some contention, and some, including Tecumseh, declined to sign it, which led to a later war. But so you can see the Treaty of Greenville of 1795 ceded all the land east and south, starting at the Cuyahoga. So the Cuyahoga River is the beginning of the ceded land. So like in Lakewood, wasn't ceded, right? But Cleveland Heights was. Now, if there were indigenous folks who were pushed across the river, they were quickly pushed out by breakings of this treaty, right? The treaty was almost immediately violated by settlers expanding, often with support of the U.S. military. But yeah, so
Yeah, Ganaden Hooten is west of the treaty line.
Yeah, I mean,
considerably west.
right, I mean, there's a lot that's west, but, I mean, so that was, this was what led to the establishment, well, a little later on, of the state of Ohio. So, finally, from my conversations with Cynthia and Sundance, I just wrote a little bit, and maybe this can be amended or expanded on for the report, which is why it's important, specifically that like truth and reconciliation was something that Cynthia really emphasized, is that it's like the process of creating a land acknowledgement is an important part of the land acknowledgement itself, you know, so I think that including this historical background information in the report would be pretty essential. You know, but then also making sure that we are there's a so what to it, right? So it's not just a virtue signaling statement of we did this and it was bad, but rather that we are going to proactively attempt to do things like involving Indigenous business owners, thought leaders, and artists in the activities of our city, like the poet laureate who came in and spoke at Cleveland Heights City Council last week. You know, hopefully this would be something where we could encourage Indigenous speakers to maybe come and share from their perspective, or just general things like that for city programming that we're conscious of that. So, yeah. I'll come back up now to the specific language.
So I have some comments because I get to see some of this yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, and I wanna say as a starting point that I appreciate the effort you put into gathering this and putting it all together, but having not had a chance to read it, I feel like I'm at a huge disadvantage in even having a discussion about this.
Okay, yeah, totally. I mean, yeah, I did send this 30 minutes before this meeting started. So I absolutely, like, we can be fine to table it and come back to it at a later meeting, or if folks have any just gut reactions, some language that they'd like adjusted or looked into.
I'd like a couple language adjustments, if that's okay to.
Well, I mean, Harry, did you want to comment first and then, because
Yeah, I would like to replace the word stolen by either claimed as I think the City Club has it, or acquired, because I think it takes, the eye just goes to stolen, and really through force, displacement, and treaties is really where we want to focus. And I further would say, and a treaty negotiated, because we're specifically talking about the Greenville Treaty. And that's the one that was negotiated in bad faith, that was immediately broken. So I would say, you know, I wanna take out stolen because I think the I, it sucks out all the oxygen in the sentence, and say it could be acquired, it could be seized, it could be claimed. But yeah. But I really feel strongly about a treaty, cause I think we wanna be as specific and as accurate as possible, and it's the Greenville Treaty that we're referring to there.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So the language, the word stolen, is the preferred language by, say, like the Sundance with the American Indian Movement did specifically recommend that word, but also I know that there are concerns about potential legal liabilities, and to address, maybe to preempt some of the concerns that we've mentioned before, Sundance mentioned that eminent domain is, you know, a procedure often executed by local municipal governments to seize land, you know, for a price, right? Which, you know, like, I guess basically, like, I don't think that this land acknowledgement is opening the city up to legal action. I don't think this land acknowledgement opens the city up to a court case, because of, you know, long established precedent of that not being the case. But that said, I do understand, Harry, what you're saying about the
We could say seized. Seized is slightly less, you know, has less punch, but it means the same. Seized is stronger than acquired.
I would say, just as a reaction, you know, having skimmed through that, and then as you were going through this and skimming through some of the other things, this text seems sharper than some of the other examples, like the one from the Cleveland Museum of Art or a couple of the other examples that you skimmed through. And it feels the tone of it just doesn't seem appropriate to me. It really doesn't. And I think I have certainly a lot of appreciation for the deep impacts of colonization and how it destroyed multiple very sophisticated cultures in North and South America that even to this day are not recognized in our education systems. I certainly was aware of that for many years, but in some of the travels we've done recently to Central and South America and some other research that I've done on my own, I am very conscious of all those injustices that were created. But I think there's a difference between acknowledging the mistakes that were made in the past and the deep, deep, deep injustices that were created in the past and the desirability of putting something in a charter. I mean, I think there is absolutely everything right and nothing wrong with encouraging the city to recognize the debt we owe to the people who came before us, encourage the city to have Indigenous people celebrations instead of Columbus Day. That all kind of stuff, that could be done, and that would be a really thoughtful, ongoing way to recognize the contributions. I'm not so confident this belongs in our charter, but I've told you that before. But I think that any language we're gonna look at, I think this is not the right tone for the language.
And Teresa, do you have some changes?
Yeah, I would say taken. It's still brief and abstract, but it's less loaded even than C. So taken through first displacement and
Yeah,
whether you want
taken
to
is
single
good.
or,
Yeah.
because there are other treaties kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then I would ask that we say past, present, and future contribution.
I agree with Linda, not so much in the sharpness of the language, but I really do not think this belongs in a charter. And the reason I'm going from that is to that second paragraph. So very quickly just looked at a few pieces on acknowledgements, and like you mentioned, acknowledgements, it's performative if you just say, oh, it sucks that you're not here anymore. And you want to go that next step and have something.
Mhm.
To me, that is a conversation the city needs to have. And the only way I can think of the city as a whole having the conversation is the legislature, the council bringing it up at public meeting, going through something of an Atlantic acknowledgement draft, those types of pieces. Because I think this should go deeper, and then you get into this whole, how much, does the city want to put behind it? And are they willing to? The most I feel like we could get to is performative at best in the charter. So I that's why I feel like I feel it's a good start and it's good information. I'm just concerned because we are how many people with how many months, and to take this on, it just doesn't feel reasonable to me. So that's how I currently.
Jonathan, to your point, I think if we propose this as a charter amendment, whatever its fate, it will start that conversation in a way that I'm not sure is going to be started, as far as I can see, on the landscape in any other way. So even if we just do it to start the conversation, I think it might be considered.
See, my thing with that though is how much time do you want to waste on something that might start a conversation versus in the report or something saying, we strongly urge you to look into land acknowledgement, we started it, versus debating over language here only on a maybe. So that's where I'm trying to.
I think it absolutely is the kind of thing that belongs in a charter. Our charter is like our constitution, our founding document. History is important, and this history is critical. It's a critical thing to point out. It's a statement. It's like we are a city where, it's like, I think it goes in the preamble where we say who we are and what is important and what are we founded on. And we're founded on, taken land, and we have a terrible basis on, and it's important to acknowledge. I think it's really, really important to acknowledge that in our charter, which is our basic founding document. I think it's important to acknowledge it right up front.
And so,
We're gonna acknowledge injustices against other groups of people as well?
Well, this happened right here,
I'm just
the ground
saying,
we're
Harriet,
standing
but
on.
it's not the only injustice that
Well,
has happened right
and,
now.
No.
and what I was thinking about kind of to your point is, so what I'm more wrapped around is how big the conversation is. And maybe it does belong in the charter, but I don't see it being a commission recommendation. The council at any time can put forward language to amend the charter. It's kind of like we're a closed audience, you know, and we'll recommend stuff to them. But the conversation that needs to have, because what if the city goes, I just want to be performative? I mean, the city could very well do it. And that's as far as we get, or that the voters are comfortable with. Like, there's just a lot more behind it. And Linda mentioned there are a lot of injustices. And I'm not saying one is worse than the other needed. It's
This is
just,
geographic. This is sort of a place setting, place making kind of thing. This is our history. This is the ground upon which we stand, you know?
Fran,
It's different from other
the
injustices.
people you spoke to, were they supportive? I don't wanna use the wrong term, but would they like seeing a land acknowledgement? Or did you get a sense, or did you ask that question?
Yeah, I mean, they were both into it and lent some of their time, not a ton of time, to it. Sundance did review an initial draft that I had made and made some edits, including I had Native Americans in here, which he said should be changed to Indigenous peoples,
Right.
stuff like that. But I don't know. I think that having it, as Harriet says, in the foundational document is important because it is foundational to our entire society. You know, like before every other injustice, there was this one, right? Like this is the one that like created the conditions for everything else. But also, I do think that, to Jonathan's point, that it is the process of doing it is really essential. So, you know, in bringing it to City Council as a charter amendment, I would like to see Council be engaging with it seriously. You know, and maybe doing their own research into it, making sure that what we have prepared is actually accurate. You know, I would hate to see Council just say, okay, fine, you know, like without actually engaging with it.
Can I, unless Guy wants to speak, because I'm speaking. So I think this is sort of my point, like RCV. We are seeing a flowering after years, centuries of serious oppression. We are finally seeing a flowering of Indigenous culture, Indigenous language, Indigenous peoples. In fact, in terms of the environmental movement, if you go back to Standing Rock, the leaders of Standing Rock were Indigenous peoples, and all the young college kids were, you know, listening to them for once. And I think it's this. We're at a point in history and time where it's, you know, it happened first of all with people of color, then women, then handicapped people, then gay people, and now we're finally acknowledging this horrific past. And it occurred in specific, and this ground that we stand on had 3 waves of people that were pushed from the east and slaughtered here, and fought back. And Tecumseh, quite honestly, should be a national hero. He's the one who fought against the Treaty of Greenville. He is a specifically Ohio hero. And this is like a big deal. This is big stuff, and we don't know about it because of the oppression. And so, you know, I think it's really, really important for people of good faith to stand, to recognize what has been suppressed and that we ourselves do not know. So I just think it's really important. And Ohio is a nexus for this. So much stuff happened here, in particular Tecumseh's heroic and tragic fight back. My older son's middle name is Tecumseh. That's how important Tecumseh's been in my life.
Linda, I know this won't answer your objections, but I think one of the reasons this strikes so well is that Graham condensed a lot of those other statements. I mean, if you notice, those went on like 3, 4, 5 paragraphs. They said the same thing, but they said it in more language and kind of diluted the impact. This is very condensed, and so I think it has an impact that way.
I think though that, well, I think that he drafted it nicely based upon my very brief review of it, having seen it.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
now.
Right.
But I will say to Jonathan's point that, you know, we're saying this demonstrates a commitment to working to dismantle this. I don't know how the city goes about doing that. And I really think that language is a broad statement that I don't feel like I've got the license to make that commitment for the city. And it's a big undertaking for the city council to consider undertaking that commitment. So I don't want to, I have a lot of reluctance on this issue and on some other issues to giving the city council this kind of workload, not at all discounting the significance of the injustice. I accept it was a terrible injustice and we've done terrible things. So it's not that I'm doubting or denying that any of this thing happened or that it shouldn't be redressed somehow. I just don't think it's in our power to dismantle it. There's a lot of ways that the city could take actions to try to spread information, to share history, to honor all of the Indigenous people. But I don't know that we want this acknowledgement to demonstrate a commitment to something that's that poorly defined. It's very poorly defined. I don't think it really is appropriate, but you know, that's my opinion. You all can differ with me on that.
It sets a marker, it tells the city council that this is important. It's in our charter and it's an important issue. They don't have to discuss, they don't have to do anything tomorrow or next week or next month or next year. It took, 500 years to do all this damage. They've got some license, it's just there so that it's at the point where there's a city council member for whom this is particularly important, that person can say, look, it's in the charter. I think we should have Indigenous Peoples' Day celebrated with a festival, blah, 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 and we invite the families of that we know of, that Cynthia knows about, and have them lead it, it's a marker, it's just a marker. This is an important subject, this is a foundational, it's a marker, they don't have to act on it.
Well, they do have to act on it.
No, they don't.
You're saying that it's demonstrating a commitment to dismantle. You want it to just be a statement and they're not gonna do anything for it?
They don't have to act on it immediately,
Well, I think that what we could elaborate on
commitment.
work with this, and I think, so number one, I think including it either in the preamble or pre-preamble would, show that it's not, but show that it is kind of part of that aspirational guiding thoughts behind what should be guiding our city government, right? So it's not saying that we are giving land back to Indigenous peoples, right? But it's saying that we should be working to dismantle the ongoing legacies and inequities. So what does that mean? It means addressing the erasure, right? It means bringing people forward in giving them platforms, like involving them in city events. And so I feel like that, what I've written at the very end about why is this important, the so what, does address what we expect council to do about this.
But you're not saying that in your commitment language. You're saying it's a commitment to dismantle what already exists. You're not saying it's a commitment to honor, to spread information, to educate the community. You're making a much, much broader statement. And if you look at some of the other things that are there, some of the other statements that have been made by the museums, for instance, they're taking a very different approach. They're talking about ongoing programming and making their collections reflect it, et cetera, et cetera. It's a way different kind of commitment than what you're asking the city to do.
Right, well, the city, the museums don't have political control, right?
They have political control over their land.
That's true. But they have, what their main function is to be presenting, galleries and exhibitions, right? So it makes sense that they're focusing their action based on what their main functions are.
I'd like to suggest a language change that may, split the baby, I don't know, but if we could go back to the terminology. What if we change this, demonstrate a commitment to engaging with the ongoing legacies?
Yeah, that'd be
Take out the
great.
working to dismantle, to demonstrate a commitment to engaging with the ongoing legacies and inequities. That, to me, that when Graham was talking about, we could do this, we could do that, those are all engaging with the history, that kind of stuff.
Well, we could engage with indigenous peoples, let's see. It's hard to
It's
engage
just a
with
suggestion.
legacies and in that.
We get the Graham kind of thing, but I'd say engaging with the ongoing legacies and equities means doing what we can to recognize them, to be aware of them, and to try to dismantle them, kind of thing, without, being too precise in the language.
I think maybe we could rewrite that entire last paragraph to be more proactive and, using words like honor and engage, but I do think, like, in terms of practical applications, Linda, I mentioned this, I made reference to this before with Standing Rock, but quite honestly, the biggest legacy that we have today of Indigenous peoples is their stewardship of the land, the way they engaged with the earth and the environment in a way, and even in the killing of animals, they had a completely different engagement process with the lived in space. And quite honestly, like if you bring this to Cleveland Heights, for instance, the sustainability committee, the committees that run, we might, one specific thing that could be done is invite the indigenous peoples who live here, that we know Cynthia knows at least 2 families and two of her friends, and invite them to provide some leadership and some guidance to our sustainability department and our sustainability committees, because we need their leadership. We need that balance, that unbelievably wonderful worldview that created the cultures that we then rubbed out and eradicated completely. So I think that's a practical application of this kind of thing.
See, because most indigenous they're resource extractors. That's their goal. They just weren't as greedy as we are.
No, they had a completely different way of engaging with nature.
I can speak to only tribes in the Pacific Northwest. They are resource extractors. It is a misnomer to assume that indigenous people were just doing it out of the good of their heart. They just
No, that's not what they were doing. It's just they had a completely different outlook.
it was just don't kill all the fish. Keep the stream.
No, you misunderstand there.
I worked on an Indian reservation for 6.5 years.
But
And I did land use and understand fee and trust and zoning and natural resources and water and the Bolt decision, Bolt 2 and all those different pieces. And it sounds like we're almost like making them magical, which is a very uncomfortable place for me.
Well, we're not engaging with indigenous folks as like Rousseau's noble savage, right? And I think that recognizing there's a statistic which in recent years in North America, indigenous resistance has decreased our carbon output by 25%. Right? And that's
So what do you mean by indigenous resistance?
like Standing Rock, like Line 3 up in Minnesota, Line 5, the Mountain Valley Pipelines.
Oh, you mean political resistance?
Well, political resistance, using the federally designated lands to
Okay,
restrict
okay.
passage of pipelines,
Okay.
right? Like things like that, which they do as stewards of the land, and because those things, as people who engage with the natural world on a more regular basis, like for example, up in Minnesota in Line 3, to build the pipeline, they're draining the groundwater. And so the indigenous way of life is disappearing because they can no longer grow wild rice, they no longer have game to hunt, right? And so they want to grow the wild rice and extract the wild rice and hunt the game, right? But the idea is that it's in a sustainable manner. It's not killing all the fish, right? And so I feel like we have to be recognizing that as stewards of the land, they're doing a much better job than we are, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. We don't want to fetishize any indigenous person. We don't want to perpetuate the noble savage. The Northwest with the salmon, they were able to develop a level of material culture that a lot of other indigenous peoples couldn't, because they had such a great resource to draw on. Other places had to harvest mosquito eggs to get enough protein going.
Yeah, and
It's
these are
different.
huge loggers.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not just let it grow, no.
It's a big continent, there are all sorts of different ways of living continents,
yep.
so. But again, I think Terry, I think he acknowledges in the first part, this stewardship, that kind of thing, so I think it's pretty much there, what we want to acknowledge without going into fine detail about the library should, carry a section on Indigenous peoples kind of thing, I think it's pretty much there, sorry, do you?
No, I'm sorry, so I just wanna say, I thought I saw you raising your hand, do you have something to offer?
Well, how do you define settler colonialism? Because that's a lift from South African apartheid.
Yeah, totally. I mean, like, it's,
Isn't that gonna cause some consternation?
well, I don't think that it's really contested that the United States is based, like, is a settled colonial society, right? Like, the colonies established by Britain, by England during the colonial period, that was explicitly what they were doing, and like the displacing of native peoples is part and parcel with that. So I think that understanding our origin as a settled colonial nation does have impacts on like current political discussions today, but doesn't make it any less true.
So I'm just gonna give you my experience.
Please.
I'm on the board of the Cleveland Playhouse.
Yeah.
And the staff composed the draft much like this, thinking that it was somewhat uncontested. We nearly went down the drain because of that.
You what?
Could you speak up a little?
We nearly went down the drain because of that. So to think
In
that,
what sense?
people started, the subscriptions fell off. We had board members, high net worth individuals say that they wanted off the board, all sorts of things.
Because of the land announcement?
Oh, yeah.
What was their reason?
They did not want to be, they did not want to be associated with colonial settler colonialism and expropriation and all things that Americans don't think of themselves as.
And it was done by the staff and then did the board vote on it and then have to
It
take,
was sort of presented to the board fait accompli.
I don't know what that means, sorry.
The board got it without much review.
And then they approved it and have since undone it, or?
That's a little slippery. I don't think the board cleaned it up, but we weren't happy about it.
And
It could be, I could imagine how in an organization like that, it could be one of these things where the staff brings it to the board and the board is all sitting there. How big is the board?
About 40 to 50 people.
Yes, a big board,
Did you say it was a
and you
Cleveland
don't
Playhouse?
generally in those board meetings start having the kind of discussion we're having here.
Okay.
That's not the culture.
Yeah.
Instead, people just say, I resign.
Oh.
That they
Gotcha.
did.
Different setup than
Because they don't wanna get into these debates.
Got
They
it.
don't wanna start debating these kinds of issues and they just say, well, that's fine if that's what you think is important. I don't think it's important for the Cleveland Playhouse to do this, so have a nice day.
Okay.
So,
I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I can
No,
envision.
You're like, yeah, it's about it.
Probably that's about the size of it, right?
so I'd like to say that land acknowledgement is the title. And there is acknowledgement here. And there's acknowledgement about the land, there's acknowledgement about the contribution of the peoples. In addition to an acknowledgement, there is an expression of a commitment. All right, now, for me, all right, I would like to acknowledge, okay? But similar to what Linda's saying, I think it's up to council to decide what are we going to do about this. Because the council is the one that understands what resources do we have, et cetera. So if someone on council wants to take steps to take subsequent steps to an acknowledgement, they have in place in the charter the basis that they need to take action. But the commitment is so, I just don't, if it said land acknowledgement and commitment, then I think well, maybe that's what we want to talk about. But this is not only an acknowledgement, this is a commitment. And I'm not comfortable with the way it's being presented. So if you,
So you don't like the fact that it's called a land acknowledgement,
no.
but it really does more?
no, what I don't like about it is the commitment aspect of it, because I believe it's the legislative authority's responsibility to say, okay, we acknowledge this, what are we gonna do about it?
Okay.
It's not the place of the people, we're just proposing changes to the charter. So it's not the place of the charter to declare the action that council is gonna be taking.
Okay.
In this aspect, in this
Well, yeah, but
instance.
it's basically it's not declare the action the council is gonna be taking, it is declaring that the council should act in some form or fashion.
Well, that's why I really change this to engaging with, because that's less prescriptive as far as what they actually do. But I think for two reasons, some language like this needs to stay in the charter, because if we just do the acknowledgement, then the council could say that the charter does not give us any authority to act on this acknowledgement. We do not have any authority to do anything. So that's, practical kind of thing. On the more real level, an acknowledgement without a saying, and in consequence of this current state of affairs, we commit to do this, that's the virtue signaling. That's just saying, it's really too bad that all those people died to give us this land. So I really think you have to have some sort of, based on the acknowledgement, here's our commitment kind of thing. But again, I'm open to other changes in language, but I think, to engaging with kind of thing just makes it, this gives the council the power to do what they want to do, even to ignore this if they.
Yeah, that gives the power for them to ignore it.
Yeah.
We're not putting operative language in anything else in the preamble.
Well, this wouldn't be operative, this just says that, well, to kind of give you background, Guy, because I talked to Cynthia Conley too, she said her basic position and the position of Indigenous peoples is, if you're just gonna make some high-sounding statement, we're not interested. We want this to be grounded and present and directed. And so that's where they're coming from. They don't want some high-sounding phrase that means nothing to them.
Like performative, you don't wanna just.
Yeah, so that's why I think, Graham has emphasized, so what? The so what, because Cynthia said that to me, so, you make this flowery statement, so what, so I think we could put something in there that's kind of along the lines of what Drew says, that basically says, this is, an ongoing situation that, some language that suggests that this is more than empty expressions of, guilt or something, that there's something, it gives them license to do something. It says, it's some, I don't know, I mean.
don't think they need license to do something
They
about
can-
it.
I think they can do
They could
whatever
do
they
something
darn
about it
well
any day of the
please.
week. They could next week
Well-
announce, that June is Indigenous Peoples' Month in Cleveland Heights.
They could, but if you have something in the charter that is somewhat action, somewhat future, somewhat prescriptive oriented, that's not overly vague, but that obviously that is kind of vague. It gives the council member who's gonna propose that they do something, it gives them heft, it gives them gravitas, it gives them, an argument that the rest of the council who doesn't give a damn should vote for it.
Well, because a number of resolutions presented to the council recently created this big debate about, do we have any authority or responsibility to take a position on certain, non-local issues? So I think this is, but the preamble, the new adjusted preamble does say to establish a responsive, effective, and accountable government, to establish fair representation and distribution of government resources, safe, harmonious, and sustainable environment. So there is language in the revised preamble that we are considering that is more of a commitment to do certain things. So this is not the only commitment that would be in the preamble.
Well, but the difference is that this language in the preamble now doesn't go on to say that there needs to be a specific commitment to take certain action. My point is, you don't need to have a specific commitment to take action in order to put something in a preamble kind of language. And I have some issue with I have an issue with putting it in the charter at all, but I have an issue with singling out this when there are a lot of other injustices, including the one that you just mentioned. So we're gonna have people coming to us and say, well, maybe we need to have an acknowledgement of this thing and this thing and this thing. And I get your point about it being tied to where we're standing, but I don't know that that's gonna convince a lot of people. And at the same time, I don't think that we should overlook the possibility that, as Roland pointed out from that other experience, there may be people who are not at all happy with this. And they may not say anything in public about it, because in Cleveland Heights, it wouldn't be politically correct to say you don't care about Indigenous people. I know we all sincerely care about them, but I don't know, I don't think that, it could have a lot of unintended consequences, but
Cleveland Heights
that's
is,
just my opinion.
is very different from the board of
No, it's
playhouse.
not.
I don't think you should assume that.
I don't think it's not.
I don't think you should
Public.
assume that your views on this are representative. A lot of people don't think that much about this stuff. And I'm not saying we shouldn't help them to think about it and encourage them to think about it and educate people. There's a lot of need for education. But they may not wanna do this. That's just, you gotta think about that.
Some of us are interested in like working with the language, others are pretty much opposed to any charter kind of thing. I would like to suggest that we postpone further discussion on this until when all the commission members may be present. Because I think every vote, every voice is going to count on this one. I would hate to rush this through. I know we're approaching deadlines and that sort of thing. I think if we suggest that, well, Graham has already done his document pedigree. If people feel okay with him writing a possible report statement around this, just so we'll have everything in place, if he doesn't mind possibly throwing away his work kind of thing. And then when we have the full Charter Review Commission present, we could bring it up to a vote.
Well,
That's not gonna happen until the beginning of May.
Well, and I have a problem with that because with your wait, so if I show up to the meetings, then I have to wait for other people that can't show up? I mean, so then why bother showing up? I mean, except a couple times when we take.
well, I think.
Like, it just feels like a slippery slope.
Can I just offer, I wanna suggest that, Drew, following what you're saying, maybe for different reasons though. Graham, thank you very much for submitting this and putting this together. Nobody here has had a chance to look at what you've put together, okay? So I think it's inappropriate for us to make a decision on it without, it's not recognizing what is here, and we haven't had a chance to look at it. So let's at least get to the point where we can look at it, we have a chance to absorb as much of it as we can or want to, and then we can come back and make a decision of some kind, have discussion and make a decision. But we shouldn't be doing that until we have that opportunity.
I agree that we need to definitely, folks need to have a chance to look at what, I've got 6 pages of, writing here that folks haven't had a chance to examine. I guess, yeah, definitely, and I think that we should definitely continue to workshop what commitment we would be making, if any, right? And I think that the so what aspect of it is necessary, right? I would not propose, a land acknowledgement to city council without a so what. But the language like dismantling, that's fine, it's gone. We can say instead it's engaging with, right? If there's concerns about the prescriptiveness of the language or some of the specific words, I think that we can definitely work with that to create an acknowledgement that everyone's comfortable with, right? So.
Yeah, and I wanna say, as a general matter, I don't have a problem with saying, Graham, give us a revised draft early next week and we'll vote on it next Saturday. But we're having regular meetings, and if people choose not to come to our meetings, that's their choice. And I appreciate that people may have felt the initial commitment was 2 meetings a month, but we are never gonna get this done at 2 meetings a month. So I feel badly about that, but we can't really solve that problem. We really can't.
So do we need a motion to bring it back at our next meeting?
No, I don't think we do.
No, I don't think so, we just put it on hold.
It'll just move to old business.
We're gonna plan to vote it on
Eventually
on
been through a lot of old
April 28th.
business.
We moved from new business to old business.
That's good, we're making progress.
But I think this is a really good discussion. I mean, I think it's an important, everybody's views here are really valid.
No, it is important, and I'm glad you brought up the situation with the Playhouse, because I think it's important for people to understand that there are different levels of understanding about these issues. And, you know, I would really love to see the city do more around Indigenous Peoples' Day.
Sure.
I think that would be perfectly legitimate and an important thing to do for a city in Ohio.
And I just wanna say to Roland and Linda specifically and Jonathan, I think the reason, I would have responded this way that you three did, before talking to Cynthia, because Cynthia said, so speaking on behalf of Indigenous people, she wasn't just saying this as an individual. She emphasized, and I think Sundance emphasized to you as well, that it's not enough to say something that is really,
Harriet, I think
Yeah,
that I
so-
mentioned at a prior meeting that when I looked up land acknowledgements, that in the Google search, the first few things that come up are land acknowledgements from places like Case Western Reserve. And then the next few things were postings by Indigenous people saying, and when are you gonna give us back our land? So they were very much going to the so what, and I don't object to that. I think it's a legitimate question for them to say, what about the so what? But I'm not confident that it's our place in a charter proposal to tell the city to make a commitment to do something on this issue. I don't think that's where we should go, but that's just my view.
no, but my point was that is why there is even the discussion of a so what. It's because of
Yeah.
Indigenous peoples,
Doesn't surprise me.
saying there's needs to be a consequence. That's all. I'm just filling in the background. And it is more than just when are you gonna give us our land back? I mean, we've got an ongoing discussion about reparations from the Civil War. And, that's an important ongoing discussion to have. It didn't end in 1865, it's ongoing.
Totally agree. But I'm not sure that it's a Cleveland Heights City Council dismantling to undertake, but moving along.
Engaging.
Gender neutral, yay.
So,
So I just wanna say, I've gotten a lot of praise for the work I did on budgeting, I appreciate that. I also just wanna make sure you recognize that, at least for me, and I think we recognize, this is an esoteric subject, for me anyway, I'm just, you know what I mean? So I'm learning a lot in the conversation, and I really appreciate the fact that you took the initiative to bring it to us and that you've done the work.
yeah, I appreciate the work. I know a lot of work went into it, and I do appreciate that.
I also learned a lot in the doing of it, so.
Yeah. So,
You'll learn a lot if you read those 7 pages.
gender neutral, so Jonathan very kindly isolated in the charter instances where there remained not gender neutral language, and there wasn't that much of it, really. So I did a pass through it yesterday and adjusted those, so I don't think we need to go through them.
No,
It'll be part of the bigger document that we're gonna bring back to you probably this week, that will have throughout the whole document changes that address gender neutral language, that address inconsistencies, that address some terminology that we have been debating. And one of the things I wanna mention to you has to do with the question of the use of the word electors. So what
Thumbs up still.
well, here's the thing, what Lee found is that a registered voter is not the same as an elector. So all electors are registered voters, but all registered voters are not electors. I'll let that sink in.
This is like a Venn diagram moment.
Yeah, let that sink in for a minute. And the difference is, an elector is somebody who has satisfied all the requirements to vote. So that means they're a resident, they're registered, and they have been registered for 30 days.
Uh-huh.
So there's a distinction between the two terms.
So I could be a registered voter in the city, go move, not unregister, but I won't meet the requirements.
You won't be an elector yet for 30 days.
But does this distinction matter?
As I said to Lee, good to know, but we're gonna have to look at the context whenever it comes up in the document and then decide which of those categories do we want. Because for instance, if you're talking about people who voted in the last election, those would be electors, because they were qualified to vote and they voted.
Well, I shouldn't say this, but I'm always telling people I work every election at a poll, and I'm always telling people, wherever, oh, I moved, but, well, vote at your old address,
You're on tape.
That's right, but I mean, people say this all the time, you gotta vote where you're,
You've gotta,
That's under the state
you
of
have to
Ohio law.
register
No.
where you're supposed to register.
know,
And I
but
don't wanna have any further discussion about
You
that.
don't have to.
So one thing I want to say really quick is, and I mean, I just sent this around to Linda and Lee just as a starting place. And Linda had a really good suggestion, which she just mentioned, but, and I'm happy to give this to you, but there were only 12 instances where there was any gendered he or she. And also, some of them may not even be instances anymore, because I believe what I did is I took the city charter as it is today and found 12 instances.
Right.
That's all. And then on top of it, Linda reminded me, and I think it is a better approach, which is why I said the background doesn't matter. Originally, I changed he, she to they. And what Linda was like, I thought we were gonna avoid pronouns, and instead we got into, if it says the mayor, we say the mayor or the finance director, so there's no pronoun whatsoever, and it ties back to that individual person, however that is, but an actual person.
But you could change the verb and subject to.
Yeah,
exactly.
Reword it so you don't need the pronoun basically.
Yeah, and so instead of just putting it all in red line,
Yeah.
and then Lee is these non-substantive changes, we'll put it with that, and then we'll have the language with, and then we have all these call-outs, so if at any point we hit something, and then also I just don't know the full overlaps, because we've caught some of it.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's not like crazy, it's just sometimes like it's still like the finance director, he,
Yeah.
I mean, there's that
Right.
stuff.
So we'll catch them all, but a lot of this stuff is really mind numbing when I tell you, and there probably are easily 1,000 changes that are this kind of nits
Like
and
the
nits.
mayor, the council, or is it mayor council?
Well,
And then if
there's
it's
a
not consistent, can you
canvases.
argue they're not the same?
Well, I should have rephrased what I said, so let me rephrase it. There are people who would meet the definition of elector, who aren't really electors because they voted at a different precinct than they moved from Scarborough to Mayfield, and they're in it, but they still voted, so if they voted, they're electors, but they really weren't legitimate. So in other words, even
I don't
the word
wanna get
elector
into
is-
questions about people voting when they weren't
So
supposed to
why,
hear it.
but is it, it isn't a question of that, Linda, I'm just saying, we could say, can't we just say voters instead of electors?
I think the question is, here's the context.
Not registered
We
voters,
had
just voters.
looked at the word, I think this is what happened, you all correct me if I'm wrong. I think when we looked at the charter and stumbled across the word elector, we all thought, well, that's a weird word, why don't we use registered voter? And I thought registered voter was a more modern word than elector. And that it was just an ancient word for registered voter. Well, it turns out it's not. It's got a specific context under the Blessed Ohio Revised Code. So we know that now. And so we can go back and look in the charter using the lovely search and replace function at where elector is used and make a judgment as to whether it's appropriate to say elector or should we be saying registered voter
Or could we
or
just,
something else.
could we just say voter and leave it vague?
No,
No,
A
that's,
voter is somebody who votes.
The distinction
Yeah,
is
but-
that being an elector is a time-based thing. And we have to see in the charter if there are any time-based usages of elector, because what Linda's saying is you have to be registered 30 days before the election, I believe that's what you said, in order to be an elector. We don't have same-day registration. So if there are time-based usages of elector that involve that 30-day thing, then we have to use the term elector. I don't think there are, but I believe that's the one distinction we have to observe.
I thought there was a place in it where it had to do with the pool of like what percentage of, where it's like a percentage of elector versus,
Right.
which is different than a percentage of registered voters, which
Right.
would, so that's where I
Yeah,
believe
yeah,
starts, but it's not a lot of.
Yeah, and that's where we were looking at people who voted in the last election, because we were looking for concrete numbers rather than general pool of free-floating registered voters. But it'll have to be, I'm afraid, site-specific, because since there is a legal definition of an elector, we need to see if there's any place where it falls within that 30-day thing.
Yeah.
I mean, so I have it's kind of relates into this, but I'm just gonna go for it anyway.
Well, could we say qualified registered voters?
I don't wanna make up a new term.
Well, the
I-
problem with elector is that the word isn't used and it makes, when you're reading a charter, it makes it
Yeah.
hard.
We found it has a legal definition. And there are other words in here that have a legal definition that aren't in common discourse kind of thing. So we just have to go in and check to see whether if there are places where we need it to follow the law, we use it, and if not, not.
Well, that's
Oh, I was gonna say, so, okay, it's 12:27.
Or 227.
2:27, Jesus, what he said. I just wanna point out, because the next thing on the agenda is the buckets, and I think we need more than 30 minutes for buckets. That's just my initial take.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying, well, I'm saying,
Well, we could start.
well, we could start.
Yeah.
I didn't know if there was anything other like low hanging, quick to address.
I don't think so.
I just wanted to revisit that because once we start, I really wanna leave at 3. Just because I have somewhere to
Leave it
be.
3. No, we could leave it 3. It's
Okay.
been a long day.
And I appreciate the
This has been fun,
discussions.
but yeah.
It's just, we're very good at discussions.
I have a meeting that started at 2, so I wanna leave at 3
So
too.
the gender neutral is in hand, we'll see it all fall into place kind of thing. We're just looking at some of those other, the mayor or mayor, blah, blah, blah. And specifically, our big challenge now is finding out where we need the legal definition of elector to work.
But with regard to the
Moving
word
on.
canvas, is that gonna
I
be
don't know
changed?
about Canvas. I haven't seen his response
We're
on
supposed
that
to be
yet.
working on that.
Okay.
Okay, Bucky? Are we okay?
All right, so let me just kind of frame this just to start us off. So the question is, I think buckets for a couple of different purposes. We've been talking about whether we want to propose changes in buckets, like the University Heights Charter Review Commission did, to facilitate city council putting them on the ballot in different buckets. I learned only like last week that University Heights made their proposal in buckets because they were told to do it in buckets.
Ooh.
So we don't have any directive, just to make that clear, we don't have any directive to put it in the form of buckets. So we also have discussed on many occasions that in the end, we will have a document that is an amended and restated charter for working purposes at least, that shows all the changes, so that anybody who cares to can look at the whole thing and be satisfied that it all works. Then there's a separate question of whether we want to recommend to city council that they put it on the ballot as one whole thing, or do they want to put it on the ballot in a series of buckets that's, splits off certain issues. For purposes of presentation to city council, when we have our formal presentation to city council and go over our results, we may also wanna make a presentation that approaches the discussion with buckets and say, not necessarily in order of importance, but we made a whole lot of changes that modernize language and resolve inconsistencies and stuff like that. And secondly, we did this, and thirdly, we did that, just so they can get their head around categories of things. So I think for our discussion today, I would suggest that we may want to focus on what do we want to recommend as what goes on the ballot, recognize that we don't make that decision, city council does, but do we want to recommend that it gets split up into buckets? So does that make sense to you?
So would it be fair to say then another term for buckets would be also like a la carte? The idea is that you can take, well, you can take and remove pieces, but that it's rotatable
Yeah.
versus an all or nothing approach. Is that that's kind of the
Well-
Dirt cart in and it's like.
But it seems to me that the way that it's gonna have to happen is that we're gonna have, okay, so let's just say we agree that there's 4 buckets, just for the purposes of discussion, whatever, how many buckets, oh, no, I'm sorry, 8 buckets, let's just say,
Okay.
whatever here, just for discussion purposes. So it seems to me we're gonna have to have 8 amendments, how can we, that'll go out, when we the actual ballot, and if city council agrees with us, or, say they take off 1 bucket and say, whatever they come up with, it seems like they're gonna have there are gonna be different amendments that are on the ballot that the voters will vote on.
And here, the reason I was thinking a la carte was because let's say council goes, bucket 1 is modernizing language and bucket 2 is ranked choice voting. God, we love those. We'll put them on together. So So now it's just one thing on the ballot and it's gonna cover all of that. Like they are gonna be able to like mix and match.
Right.
So it could be 8 amendments, it could be 4, it could be however they choose to group them. It could be none of them, but the idea is that they can swap them in and combine some of them. So that's where the like just gave
They
you the-
meaning city council.
They, yeah, so let's say, we want all the easy stuff.
Yeah, they may decide, we wanna put these 2 on this year and those on next year.
Right.
They could decide that.
Or we want these 3 on separately.
Yeah.
And then people can each decide, okay, yes for this or not, but then they can do it in pieces. And then also I feel like with buckets too, like we talked about the ranked choice, is some of them are gonna have consequences or a chain reaction. Where it's like if you touch this, you're gonna have to touch that, which is more, I think, procedural and to avoid what happened with the mayoral change of government with some plug and play.
Let me be sure.
Does that help?
Well, let me ask you a clarification
I still think it's gonna be tricky though, but
Oh,
yeah.
it's tricky.
You seem to say that the council could decide to take like 2 different changes we've made. Gender neutral language or let's say 3, and could put them all into one amendment on the ballot, not
Yeah.
3, but a single amendment saying the charter shall be amended to blah, 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 blah. Is that your understanding as well, Linda? So they could squeeze them all into, we have 8 buckets, they
Yeah.
could squeeze them into 3 amendments.
Right.
Interesting.
Well, and then if they do that, then that's where it's all or nothing is when you
Exactly,
start,
they're upping
when
the
you
ante
start
for
adding
sure.
them together.
Yes, yeah,
It's however you wanna handle that, either you get all of it
yeah.
or nothing can pass. And then that, and
Yeah.
then that's just,
Okay.
Well, it strikes me that what they'll do is put the easy stuff, the
Who knows what they'll do.
the easy cleanup stuff
Let's hope something's
all in
easy.
one,
Mhm.
including whatever it is we decide on, and then they'll have this separate thing for RCV and maybe a separate thing for, I don't know, maybe not.
none of us can think of it.
Maybe probably not the budget, that would probably go in the cleanup part, I would think.
We'll figure it out.
But, so I can see them having maybe just 2,
Yes,
all the
yeah.
cleanup stuff.
Or
And shoving in some of our controversial stuff into the cleaned up
Toward the bottom of the
stuff and
bucket.
then
Or
RCP.
you have the controversial, like, well, maybe the non-discrimination, like, we need this explicitly dealt with.
Yeah.
Are y'all good with it, kind of a thing,
Right.
from the voters, so that there's no mix, like you tried to be crafty and slip things
Yeah.
around, like, some things you want explicitly.
Yeah.
You knew what you were signing up for and you voted for it,
Yeah.
great,
Yeah.
so that you don't get this weird.
Well, the city council may not feel that way.
Exactly, and they can do whatever.
They might wanna slip some stuff in, or maybe not.
They could, however.
Having that information makes me feel that we should have a number of discrete buckets and let the city do the mixing and matching, because if we combine a bucket and it seems like too much for them, they may reject it entirely and we will lose something that we all wanted and agreed upon. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think
But I feel like that's where we are.
Yes, we're heading in that direction.
No, yeah, I'm sorry, yes, heading in the direction, I felt like the way, and I'm just looking to, this is not new, it's old copy, but like the buckets that you had proposed and then Linda had put in this chart, where it's like, if they were taking in this stride, where it's updating and simplifying, adjusting the numbers, recall, ethics, like, I think we're already in there.
Yes, we had to sort of decide how many more buckets we might need, if we need to
Yeah.
split up some buckets into 2 smaller buckets, sort of a sorcerer's apprentice, suddenly there'll be buckets everywhere.
Well, our immediate our audience is not the voters, it's city council, so we
Yes.
wanna make very clear to city council, this, it's basically, when you divide it up into buckets, they're gonna see, bucket 1, easy peasy, largely adopting,
Yes.
they may not say easy peasy, but, the cleanup stuff is clearly bucket 1, so, they're gonna be able to tell.
Right,
Yeah, it's-
exactly.
And so
When I-
our audience is them, so I think we have to separate everything.
Well, let me make a suggestion. I think, if you look at, what's in bucket 1, and I'm looking at the exhibit that's attached to the agenda. If you look at bucket 1 and bucket 2, the things that are in bucket 2, at least in large part, were proposed by people on city council. Like, for instance, they they were looking for a little more time to fill a vacancy and adjusting the time when an appointed city council person has to run for election. So I think we probably could combine 1 and 2 into one bucket.
See, and I was thinking the opposite. Like what I liked about, and I just skimmed through it, the impression I got from the way like University Heights, and yes, they were directed, but it was kind of like a just a quick table overview, and it would have been for like each one, like modernizing language, okay, cool, but adjusting numbers and percentages is different, just like adjusting vacancy. So would we want each one to be their own? Because then it's very micro though. I get what you're saying, and I'm just not sure where to go.
Well, that's why I initially proposed having a separate bucket, because this is more tampering with the actual working of the charter and saying like, no, we will reduce the number of signatures needed, we will extend the election period, that kind of thing. It's something that personally affects the city councilors in a way that just modernizing the language does not. And I think they need to be able to look at it separately so that they can feel that they are not, on their behalf, slipping it in under just updating language, that kind of thing.
May I, if I might, so I'm convincible of other ways of working here, okay? But the way that I have worked in the past, and what works in terms of the work that I've done, is that we go through and we identify what are the things that we are confident we are going to propose. And we don't worry about whether or not they're related to each other or not. And we just have them all identified. And then we go back and we look at that list and we say, these are close enough. These are relevant, their relevance is consistent enough that we should combine those in a bucket. All right, and then we reduce, and thereby you reduce all that list down to a certain number of buckets. But right now, for example, there's nothing here that talks about the idea that there's some things that are just flat out wrong in the charter that don't make any sense, and we haven't considered there's any place for those. And I'd like to be able to say, we didn't get to it because I forgot. I mean, I didn't give enough attention. In the budget thing, there's also something I propose to change another section of the article and section of the budget, which declares the city administrator is responsible for the budget, period. Well, no, the city administrator is not responsible for the budget, but that's in the charter. So do we want to fix it or not? So that's the example of things that's just flat out wrong. Shouldn't be in there, shouldn't be in the charter. And it's cleanup. So maybe it does belong with language, fix up.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
maybe it
I would
does.
say it goes in
I would say it
bucket
goes in 4.
But I'm just
Wouldn't
saying,
it
it's a
go in
separate idea. It has a separate category. In my mind, it's different from these other things. Might be closely related. We may want to combine them eventually. But why do we want to figure out the combinations of the details that we haven't necessarily settled on all the details that we have?
Because it's April 20th,
Yeah,
and we've
but
got to start doing this.
But then how do you know you haven't missed some detail that you really want?
I thought we already had all the detail. Like this is a listing of everything we were going to change.
But I don't think it is.
If something is
That's
flat
just
out,
Not every single item.
Oh, not every. Yes.
But Guy, I would argue that that provision that relates to the specific powers of the city administrator goes in bucket 4 in the balance of power stuff. That seems like a logical place for it to go.
It
but
does.
I would think that if it's flat out wrong, anything that's wrong in the charter should go under bucket 1.
It's not
No,
wrong in the
it's not
sense,
wrong.
what
It's
Guy is
updating.
saying, and I agree with Guy, what Guy is saying is that in a practical sense, it's not the city administrator, it's the finance director and the mayor who advance the budget.
So that's wrong to say it's the city administrator.
Well, but wrong seems like the wrong choice of words. It's just
I don't know, it's just
not, it's not
inconsistent.
what's really done.
It's inconsistent.
It's not consistent with reality.
Yeah,
Let me say that.
The updating and simplifying wasn't
It's-
correcting errors, it was saying we'll use
Well, I'm
Arabic.
not saying, I was
Let
just
me
going.
finish, please.
Sorry, okay.
We'll use Arabic numerals rather than Roman numerals. We will not use thee and thou anymore, that kind of thing. That's just the updating. It's not correcting mistakes. It's bringing the language into more current usage.
I think it's a silly argument. Doesn't matter really what the bucket is.
Okay, so my question then would be, if one of us in our work discovers, we have all these buckets, we've detailed within the buckets, but then we find, oh, there's something else, okay? So what do we do?
Then we decide what bucket to put it in.
Yeah.
Or whether it needs its own bucket.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's fine, if you wanna do it, it's fine, it's fine.
So I would say, I think hopefully our collective understanding of bucket one, updating and simplifying presentation like Roman numerals, et cetera,
Non-substantive changes, like
exactly.
no number that is tied to something important.
Yeah, so I would suggest keeping that in a bucket. Bucket two, the significant number changes about numbers of signatures, about times to collect signatures, that sort of thing, that goes in a bucket. If we can agree on that, then we can move forward. It's like if we can get 2 buckets, clear
Well,
today.
But see, that's my question is, should bucket two be split? Because, okay, let's adjust numbers on vacancies. And the other one, the election requirements for appointing.
It's when to appoint a city council people have to run for office.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
to me, bucket two was all about getting stuff on the ballot, whether it's initiative, a referendum, a petition, a candidate, or this or that sort of thing. So it involved the I don't wanna say the election process, but it's like in that sense, if you follow me, signatures needed, everything that's gonna get something on the ballot, whether it's a candidate or an initiative or a referendum or whatever the right term would be, is in that bucket.
Let me ask you this question, we have provisions on how we fill a vacancy on city council in bucket 4. And then we have the provisions relating to vacancies in the mayor's office in bucket 7. And I don't think those belong in different buckets.
So like put it all under two, that'll be
Well,
vacancies.
I think they maybe all belong under bucket 4.
Could we
Yeah.
merge bucket two and bucket four?
Well,
Oh, please.
no way.
No, please.
No, see, the bucket two is about stuff that will appear on a ballot. The filling vacancies is something that's done by appointment between elections, and that's not something that's gonna go on the ballot. That appointed person will go on a ballot eventually, but we're talking about in bucket 4 about the process of appointing somebody, not getting somebody on the ballot.
Right, but both 4 and 7 also have items relating to if you fill a vacancy, when is there an election?
Right, I think we need to look at bucket 4 and 7 to see if they can be combined.
Well, so what's helping me, for instance, was like right next to bucket one, I wrote non-substantive.
Yeah.
Just at least right now, like bucket number 2, I have like appear on ballot. And what I mean by that are the vacancies, initiatives, recalls, referendums,
Right.
whatever.
Right.
I mean, giving some name to all of it instead of just is a bit helpful because then it's easier to put, like right now by bucket 4, I've got process. Those are procedural.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know if that's helping anyone else, but I'm just.
Yeah, no, it makes sense, because that way we can think, does it fit into a process definition?
Exactly, like bucket 3, I'm looking at that as ethics for, elected officials, then non-discrimination, non-discrimination should be its own thing. And then bucket 3 should just be about, well, is ethics for elected officials belong with balance of power? Like,
It's not really.
I think we talked, when I did it, we talked more about orientation and training. And I think that's where Greg is gonna come up with some stuff. So it involves ethics, but it also involves, parliamentary procedure, expectations from a city councilor, how to behave, that sort of thing. So I think it needs a bucket, but it's not just ethics, it's gonna be.
Yeah, you probably could go with 4 and 7 though, all of them.
well, I think it'll, like you said, it'll depend with Greg's too. I mean, he might say exactly what you did, Drew,
Yeah.
or he might be like, nope, I have not reviewed his stuff.
I'm worried though that we're gonna end up with a bucket 3, 4, 7 that's gonna be a pretty heavy bucket and the council may balk at adopting all those things.
I don't know. Well, obviously, they can kick something out of a bucket altogether. They could kick an entire bucket out.
Yeah.
I mean,
That we know, but
And if we're being really like optimistic, they could go, wow, this is great. We want to combine this. Hey, law department. Combine some of the pieces
Yeah.
for what goes in the ballot.
yes, yeah,
I mean, we're doing our best effort here, but they can always rework it or combine. I mean,
yes.
What we haven't said though is that they can take a bucket and they can split it as well, right?
yeah.
That's what I was gonna
But I'm saying,
ask.
but then the language will get redrafted by a professional,
Yeah,
so it's not like
right.
not as work.
Suggesting that we're amateurs?
Yes, because we're not getting paid.
That's
Those are
right.
getting
That's a definition.
No, it's
Definition.
How much are you getting?
Yeah. It's not our job in a way, but just thinking that will the council be aware that they can look into each bucket and say we
Oh,
want,
yeah,
Oh my gosh.
they're painfully aware,
oh, I hope so.
they can pick and choose.
I hope we get their attention, is what
Well, I'm hoping that they can get this decided in time to get it on the ballot, because this is gonna be really, some of this is gonna be a long slog through a council meeting.
And what I brought up about UH is what I liked was there was a cover sheet for each of these then, that was a very clear about, and it just seemed so nice
Yes.
to then set it up without having to get into the weeds of the language, cause that's the last thing I feel like you wanna do at the meeting when you're giving a report, because then it just, you're so bogged down, you can't get anywhere else.
Are we gonna weigh in on or opine on when things should go on the ballot?
I hope not, I'm sorry.
Well, I have, I did mention to Council President Kuda that one thing they might want to think about is to what extent they wanted to put things on this year versus next year. And I had that conversation with him, I'm sure I told you all about that, but I had that conversation with him a while back because I wanted to understand whether, in case we contemplated asking for an extension of time, which I am not recommending, that we would know if there was a reason we absolutely couldn't get an extension of time. Because remember that our current deadline is May 31. And that means we will go to city council in early June and, we'll give it to them at the end of May, but then we'll go to a city council meeting in early June and have a formal presentation, discussion, et cetera. They go on vacation in July. Not a whole lot happens for that month. I mean, some of them might do homework when they're on break, but some of them don't. So then they're gonna be back in August, and if they want to approve something to go on the ballot in November, there's a window, and it's not very big.
Well, didn't
So
he also say?
I asked that question for
But didn't he also say to you that they weren't in a rush?
Well, he said he didn't think it had to be a rush, but
Okay.
he was only speaking for himself, and I don't know.
I wanted
I
that to
think
last
we
piece
should
to make sure I was
opine,
remembering it
and
right.
here's why. I think that if we want our changes to have the best chance of winning, I think this November's ballot isn't the ballot. You're gonna have a lot of people who only vote in presidential races. They'll come to the ballot and only vote once every 4 years. They come to the ballot, they see a bunch of verbiage, and their tendency is to say no because it's overload. So I'm just saying, I think I would like for us at some point to discuss whether or not we want to recommend that these changes be put on another ballot besides this November. It's gonna be a busy ballot. There's people, there's a huge race for Senate. There's, people are, not gonna be thinking about this stuff. This is gonna be very low on most voters' lists of important things to vote on.
Harriet, let me just say
So-
that I mentioned that to him, and I think we certainly can raise the issue with city council and consider that, and suggest to them that there are factors you may wanna consider in terms of deciding, when you wanna put it on the ballot. And, we can talk about whether we wanna take a vote on whether we should recommend what they do. But, I personally don't feel like, I don't have that expertise, maybe you do, but I don't have that expertise on, making a judgment on when it would be best. I agree with what you're saying about a lot of noise this year on the ballot. There's a lot of stuff going on the ballot.
Well, and I just hope not is just because for me, it's like, okay, so let's say I was on council, you bring this, the commission's supposed to recommend changes, cool. And then you're like, oh, well, we should do the extra things. And it's like, that's nice. Didn't ask you, don't care, kind of a feeling. Like a general recommendation of being aware of political climate, those types of things. But when it gets like too prescriptive, to me, it's it's like I didn't ask.
Well, I mean,
That's just
our opinion is that we would like our changes to be taken seriously and thought about,
Yes.
and we, all that other stuff. That it's in our interest for our changes to be adopted. So I'm just saying, part of our consideration is what is the best. It's on us to
Set it up for success.
yeah, to
Yeah.
set it up so it's to optimize the chances of being accepted. And I guess I feel one way to optimize that is to prefer the opinion that, you know, to city council about that, because otherwise, you know, if they don't think about it, you know.
Okay, just to make sure we're moving forward, I think we've agreed that bucket 1 and bucket 2 deserve their own buckets. And I forget what Jonathan's descriptor is for those buckets.
It was just, so the first one I had non-substantive, and the second one, this is not right, but it was here on the ballot, and that's not, it's the,
Yeah, the adjusting the numbers and
well, it was the vacancies, and then
petitions.
initiatives, recalls, referendums. I don't know how though that relates with, I don't know a way to I don't know how to describe it.
But
What you
generally,
have listed here,
yeah, but generally, so that
we didn't move anything into
yeah,
it.
no, but that should have its own bucket. We're just trying to establish some buckets here. So we've got bucket 1 and bucket 2. I think we're agreed that the non-discrimination policy needs its own bucket because that's,
Excuse me, Drew, can we back up for 1 second? I'm wondering if there's some things in bucket 2 that have to do with vacancies. So basically, one of them is filling a vacancy on city council. Let's see, this was in the context of what, number of days? Days to file petitions.
And that was initiatives, recalls, and referendums, I believe, right?
yeah.
Well, but it went beyond that, cause it was
Yeah.
also, when do you file petitions
Yes.
to fill a vacancy?
Right.
When do you file petitions for nominating somebody to go on the ballot?
Right.
When do you fill vacancies? So the fill vacancies part feels to me like the fill vacancy parts are different.
Yeah, and I think that should
And-
come out.
And maybe the fill vacancy things should go in 4.
But
Yeah.
but as in the writing, doesn't it refer to all 3 or 4 of those categories in the same sentences in the text that we have?
No.
Initiatives, recalls,
Well, the initiative,
Referendums
recall,
and
and referendum
vacancies.
stuff is all in Article 8, but if you're looking at timing to fill vacancies,
Right. Appointments.
that's different.
Appointments rather than
That's in
elections,
different
yeah.
places. The
We-
filling of vacancies is in 3.7 and 4.10.
We looked at changing when an appointed person would have to run again.
Right.
And I think that should stay in bucket 2 because that's about
And I
elections.
think that's all about a vacancy thing too, though.
Well, no, that's not
Yeah.
filling the vacancy. That's after you've filled that vacancy. How long do you stay before running again?
But the other vacancy provisions address that as well.
Okay, well, we can look at that.
3.5 and 4.10 also address that. They address if you fill a vacancy, this is when the person next has to run.
All right.
In the city council and the mayoral.
Uh-huh.
I just noticed that.
Okay.
do we think that the non-discrimination has its own bucket? Yes or no? Do we-
I think so.
I think so.
Makes sense.
So we're gonna look at bucket number 2 and make sure that we're only including stuff that concerns, and I don't know how to phrase it very succinctly, but it's like things that will appear on a ballot, whether it's initiative, referendum, recall, elections, that sort of stuff, to make sure that because we're adjusting the number of signatures needed, the days required to gather signatures, this and that sort of thing. So stuff that's going to go on a ballot, roughly speaking. But I agree with Linda, because the process of filling vacancies on the city council and then how long you can hold that position without having to run again, that needs more attention. Does that make sense?
When you say more attention, what do you mean?
That means that we need to say, okay, if you were elected 2+ years ahead of, that sort of thing.
Right, but we've already given it attention. Are you
exactly,
suggesting
yeah.
it needs more attention?
No. What I mean is saying that needs more attention than just, we're changing some percentages here.
Okay, I get it. Okay. I understand.
Yeah, we've completed our work on that. It just needs a different approach than putting it into a bucket with percentages.
That's fine.
So we've slimmed down bucket number 2 a bit.
So vacancies slips down to bucket 4.
Yeah. Non-discrimination gets its own bucket. I think we need to hear from Greg whether the orientation training and ethics can safely fit into bucket 4 without overloading it. Ranked choice voting obviously needs its own bucket.
What was number 5?
Wait a minute, I don't necessarily agree that the training thing, I mean, I think that's a big new change.
No, I agree, but Linda was suggesting possibly it should go in bucket 4. I think we need to see what Greg is proposing before we decide. I forget what bucket 5 omitted was. Was that gonna be a hybrid council?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Ranked choice voting, definitely. I think land acknowledgement needs its own bucket. And then we'll have to look at buckets 4 and 7 to see if they can be subdivided or combined or that sort of thing. Just to make some progress on our bucket discussion, to kind of clear up. We do have, I think, 3 or 4 or 5 buckets in place now. Ranked choice voting, land acknowledgement, non-discrimination policy, updating language, and the number adjustment that does not involve council vacancies or whatnot.
All right, I think that's enough for today.
Oh, come on, let's do more.
Okay.
Do we want to talk about action items?
Action items?
Action items. Okay, so Linda, no. Let's see.
Yeah, slideshow.
Yes, Linda slideshow. We'll prep the slides for the public meeting for review. Harriet and Drew are gonna collect a bunch of information about ranked choice voting, including background information for other ordinances or charter language, and review some of that specific language, as well as what the Cuyahoga County Board of Elections can be expected to do. Drew is gonna follow up with Lee for Lee Road Library. Guy will design the flyer, keeping with our established brand guidelines, and bring that to
Getting
us
important.
on next Saturday, and then I will edit and Jonathan, can you upload the Word document that I was editing just up back to the Dropbox? So I'll edit that a little bit more, try and incorporate some of the comments that were made today and send that out as soon as I can this coming week.
And I would ask Jonathan, can you give to Lee the version of the budget materials that reflects the changes so that he can then use that to put it into the right format?
Yeah, so you can just put down, if you want to grab that, everything we took action on today. Everything we discussed today, I will get to Lee. Because we didn't take action on land acknowledgement, but yeah, if there was a document involved, I will get it to Lee.
Got it.
Excellent.
So thank you.
Except for land acknowledgement and RCV, you don't have to give that to Lee.
Right.
You wouldn't give that to Lee,
Because
yeah,
we took no action.
because there's too much stuff. that has
Everything
to-
with action.
Yes.
Everything else will be in the Dropbox.
Yeah.
And Graham, if for some reason you don't see it, just please let me know.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think
I'm
you wanna,
sure you
you wanna
have.
preserve the land acknowledgement stuff for purposes of the minutes.
No,
Because nobody's gonna be able to understand the minutes
Oh,
without
no,
having
we
that.
have the version he emailed, which he was making notes for himself as we were talking.
Lee has that version. He was on that email thread.
Right, but I mean, the edits that we made to that today, while you had it up on the screen, should be preserved for purposes of attaching to the minutes.
Okay, yeah. So those will be uploaded to the Dropbox.
Yeah, just do it.
Jonathan's computer there.
And we want to thank all the people who brought refreshments.
Oh yeah, so true. Coffee and fruit.
Oh, who did that?
Linda, Guy, and myself.
Oh, I didn't know.
Scones and bagels.
Right.
Wonderful.
Refreshment acknowledgement.
Okay.
So 3 people did, how nice.
Okay, do we have any lessons learned we wanna talk about?
Everything takes more time than we budget for it.
That's true.
Although I will say we are farther along than I thought we were.
All right.
How are you feeling, Linda? Are you feeling any
I'm
better?
feeling like we have a lot of work to do and a lot of homework for everybody to do to get this moved along. I'm really I'm not saying we can't get it done, but I think we're gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting here to get all the drafting done, preparation on various levels of things, so that we're good to go with what we have to have ready by May 15th, what we're gonna present on May 21st and what we're ultimately gonna give to city council. Lots to do.
Very true.
Well, I'm eager to finish on May 31st,
That's
so I
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hey.
Great, thank you.